Hello, board members. How are we doing this fine Sunday afternoon? Well, I hope. As it is Puzzle Sunday, we are going to be continuing along in Phoenix Wright Ace Attorney Trilogy, where we're actively investigating the final case in the trilogy. Savor the ending. It's here. It's finally here. But we're not done yet. We still have we have to investigate the magic. We have to investigate the magic. But welcome everyone. I swear I'm not an elk. Howdy. Saltier, how goes it? Pretty good. Work wasn't too bad. I slept okay. But doing all right. It's a good 7 day. 7 out of 10. Breaking my Ichabonk, but getting crackers, so I had hope the anticipation will make it all the worse. Ah, bonk. Very good. Very good. Hopefully everyone's having a good day. I don't know how I feel. I keep seeing because I have the Phoenix Wright Ace Attorney Trilogy thing installed. It's giving me updates and it keeps showing me that Apollo Justice, the sequel to this, the Apollo Justice Trilogy sequel to this is coming out soon. And I don't want it, team. I don't want it. I don't want to be hurt again. I can't be hurt again, team. Not yet. Not so quickly. I need more time. It's got to be longer. We got to find something else to do. Oh, God. It's out. Oh, it's out now, apparently. Oh, no. No, not yet, team. Not yet. We need to put some distance between me and this universe. Oh, no. You need it? You feel better with a hat now? Okay. I can do a hat. Okay, the cow hat? Cow hat, cop hat. We can just do a trucker hat. Let's just do a trucker hat. Let's do a trucker hat, shall we? We're sophisticated. We're sophisticated in the law. Back in 5. Need my crackers? Okay, get some more crackers. Just need a 1 week break? No, I mean, I literally threw something last week, I think. I need some time away from this thing. I can't keep getting away with this, is the problem. Okay, looks like this is where we're at. Part 3-1 investigation. Oh, okay. Hopefully the audio sounds alright. February 9th, 3:43 a.m., Hottie Clinic Intensive Care Unit. Oh, that's right. So last week, we did the second part of the investigation where we were actually in the court, and we had Larry Butts and Nun Bikini up on the stand. We were able to convince everyone that some more investigation needs to be done because apparently Larry Butts saw somebody flying around out at the time that the bridge caught fire, which is very odd, and the judge wanted more investigation done. It seems like apparently we're going to be getting Phoenix back from the clinic, Hottie Clinic to be specific, where he has a bad cold after falling into the icy river during the incident. Let's find out what happened, shall we? I had a fun D&D session with the writing friends today. Nice. You're enjoying the Stroud, then? I'm still up at this hour, reading through the trial record of a certain case. It's the first case my mentor, Mia Fey, had ever handled in a court of law. Oh! So this is while he's in the hospital during this whole incident. This is what he was doing. This is the face we were shown, or the picture we were shown back before the case before this, which was like Mia's second case, technically. It says first case, but her first case was the one before that where the lady tried to get Phoenix busted for murder. So I don't know what he means this is her first case, unless it's just the first case she had ever handled in the court of law. We know that's not true, though. He must be forgetting the fact that she did one case before that. And we finished our first dungeon, so that's fun. Oh, nice. I don't know what an actual dungeon looks like from a book. I don't ever use books when we've done D&D. But that's cool that you finished your first one. Did you How many vampires and or werewolves did you have to fight? Or was it all like ghouls, so it wasn't actual vampires? And did you get a magical item? I don't know what level you start getting magical items in the book suggestions. I mean, I started handing them out pretty early, but they were common ones, so they were like simple things, like healing potions or like some made-up stuff, but simple ones. Let's see. It's the first case my mentor, Mia Fey, had ever handled in a court of law. We know that's not true. The horrifying truth that I refuse to accept is holding me hostage here within its pages. Dahlia Hawthorne. What I have read, I don't want to believe. What is written here? This isn't Dahlia. This isn't the Dahlia I know. Just some zombies, a skin monster, and the final boss of which was some sort of fleshy abomination. Oh, they went with the flesh golem thing. Okay, cool. That's fun. Or was it not a flesh golem and it was actually like a living flesh blanket or something? I mean, there's a lot of options for fleshy abomination. After falling into Eagle River, I was somehow miraculously saved. But I ended up catching a cold that seemed to knock me around the world and back. I feel dizzy, my ears are ringing, my throat burns, and my head is on fire. Well, you should probably be sleeping. But I will recover! I have to recover by this afternoon. I have to meet with the most ill-tempered witness imaginable. But I know that he will be able to help me with him, somehow. As for magic items, just scrolls for now. Maybe one of the other things we picked up was one, but I don't know. Oh, okay. February 9th, 2:43 p.m., Dusky Bridge. Right? Are you sure you're well enough to be doing this? You still look a little green in the face. Or maybe Viridian in artist speak? Actually, my fever has gone down quite a bit. How's your temperature now? Only 102.2 degrees. Nothing to worry about. Excuse you? What? Cough, 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 cough. Anyway, I read today's trial record. You weren't bad, Edgeworth. Pretty impressive despite the circumstances. We're not in the clear yet. The main point of contention tomorrow is going to be the murder weapon. Yeah. In the end, the Shia Shaito did not deliver the deadly blow, which means that there must be another sword hiding out there that we don't know about. Another sword, huh? Don't you worry about a thing, pal. I'll dig up the murder weapon myself, or I'll eat my coat. Thanks again, Edgeworth. I'll handle things from here. That is possible, probably for the best. Actually, I was thinking about paying the old precinct a little visit. There's something I want to look into. And that is? Our client's background, naturally. You mean Iris, sir? I have a feeling that we've met before. All I want is confirmation, one way or the other. And since I probably won't be getting that from you, I'm sorry, Edgeworth. I bid you adieu, right? Take care. Guess I should get moving too. Edgeworth killer looks should be taken into consideration. It has been known to stop hearts, or at the very least cause them to skip a beat. Wow. That's what is that what they mean by a killer look? Guess I should get moving too. Why? Do you need to be somewhere? Yeah, I've gotta get to work on this bridge, pal. I'm rigging something up so we can get across to the other side. Oh, that's right. Maya's still stuck over there at the inner temple. But don't you worry, pal. As soon as it's all set, you'll be the first to know. Thank you, don't you? Cough, cough. Cough, cough, cough. No problem, pal. Just try not to give me that cough of yours, okay? Alright, I'm off. Hang in there, Maya. We'll get you out, I promise. But in the meantime, I've got to continue collecting evidence. So, the power of the edge-tagonist. Yeah, surely they can get a helicopter for this? They mentioned that the only helicopter available won't be available for like 3 days for some reason, because like the pilot is out of town. And all the heavy weather is making it super difficult to get in there to save them. It was a completely, like, hand wave of, like, the helicopter won't work, just forget the helicopter. It's the silliest thing I've ever heard of. It's just like, so mountain rescue rely on that one guy? Apparently, yeah. Apparently there is no other way to get onto this little island out in the middle of this except this one rickety old not maintained bridge, which is insanity, but all right. Yeah, just, there you go. Just t-shirt a cannon, a folded parachute over. Yeah, we've talked about this. Even back then, they could have t-shirt cannon some stuff over there. They could have used a real cannon and cannon stuff over there. There's no reason that Maya couldn't be standing on this side of the bridge and just being like, waving her hands like, hey, how you doing? What's going on? And we could like hold up a sign that says like, no helicopter available, working on bridge. See you soon, hopefully. Like, there's no reason we couldn't be communicating with her other than she hasn't shown up. It's really weird. Alright, what do we got going on? This thing looks like it's ready to collapse, at least more than it did before. According to Bikini, Eagle Mountain is very prone to earthquakes. Which reminds me, if my memory serves me correctly, Edgeworth isn't exactly a fan of earthquakes. It's true. Now it's really more of a dusty bridge than a dusky bridge. That kidnapping incident happened here 11 years ago, so maybe it's cursed, too? One incident every 11 years isn't actually that bad. Ezekura Temple doesn't have a single private phone line, and there aren't any houses in the area, so I guess Bikini is the only one who uses this. I really wish I had brought my cell phone with me. Wait. I'm curious as to why Gumshoe is suddenly in charge of bridge repair. That doesn't make any sense to me either. There is no reason at this point that they could not have, like, set up a system to send someone over there to start, like, building a makeshift, like, three rope bridge and just made a little simple bridge to just have them come across or whatever. Like, there is no reason we could not have already rescued them. It's complete nonsense. I'm excited to see how he fixes it, though. I mean, who knows? Maybe they'll actually spring for some new art. I'm doubtful, but I'm hoping they have some new art and it's not just the same nonsense we're seeing. Also, I'm confused on why he doesn't appear to have his cell phone again. Looks like it's about 20 yards to the cliff over there. That's it? 20 yards? It's only 20 yards? This gap is only 20 yards? People can throw... Professional quarterbacks can throw like 60 to 70 yards. What do you mean you can't get to the other side? You can literally bring a college football quarterback in here and have them just chuck a, like, I don't know, any kind of grappling hook across this ravine if it's only 20 yards. I'll go into Minecraft creative mode and fix it block by block. Doing a Google to figure out what that is. You could shout and they would hear it. Oh, 100%. 100%. I thought this was like several hundred yards or something. Like, I thought this was like a football field or more. But no, 20 yards isn't anything. Wait, what are you Googling? But I can't see the inner temple from here. I really hope Maya's okay. Like an American football player or what? Oh, yards to meters. Oh, yeah. Gotcha. Yeah, it's gonna be, I don't know, I want to say like 50-something meters, but I could be wrong. I don't know the conversions myself. It's only 18.2? Not even close? Oh, I thought it was the other way. I must be thinking of weight, because I know in weights, whenever I would look at like a 45-pound weight, it was something like a 60 kilogram weight in metric, so it must not work like that. In D&D, a warhorse can move that in one turn. It's true, Ika. 20 meters is not that far. Pounds is a currency and nothing more. Fair. But yeah, so the distance here is absurdly short for how much of an effort they have to put in to save Maya and presumably Pearls. There's a narrow path going off in a different direction than that of the main hall. It looks like someone's taken the effort to write to Heavenly Hall on the signpost. Okay, so we're not missing anything super new here then? Alright, where are we going next? We have the main hall or Heavenly Hall. Let's go down here and see what's up. Pounds is also a verb. I mean, kinda, technically, yeah. Bridge looks measly now I know its length. Not even that much of it to maintain. No, not really. Not at all. It's kinda silly. February 9th, Heavenly Hall. Looks like no one's here. Larry! Lawrence? I was sure to be hiding here. Guess I'll try again later. Why would he be here? That doesn't make any sense. This is the famous Eagle River. I gotta try out its rough rapids the other night. They say it's a really strong current. And they weren't kidding. It's both powerful and fast-flowing. Huh? I was dead lucky. I mean, lucky not to be dead. Okay. That's one way to describe it. Look at this graffiti. Scrawled right on the front of the shack. At least he managed to get a pretty good likeness. When I really think about it, I guess art kind of suits him. I mean, his very existence is an art of sorts. Anything else going on? Oh, we got the flags. Stuff is really ruining the beautiful atmosphere around here. So inappropriate. Like Sister Bikini in a bikini. Shudder. I've got to think of the kittens. The kittens? What? The snow is really piled up on the straw roof. It's otherworldly, like something out of a fairy tale. Well, the roof part, anyway. The sign says Heavenly Hall. I guess it's pretty fitting. If you spend a night in this little freezing shack, you'd probably find yourself at the pearly gates by morning. Union flag gets shown twice. What? Oh wait, I see the ones on the right too. The Union flag? Yeah, some of them get shown twice. The US one, the Japanese one. I can't remember what this one was. I guess they don't show that one twice actually. Yeah, you got the British flag. Oh, and then the Swiss flag, you kind of catch the corner of the side of here. I think that's Korea. Yeah, that was Swiss, and then this is the Netherlands, I think? Was what that was? Germany, Canada. And then it's the side one, these ones that I don't know. That's just the, like, colors. Japan and Swiss and American twice too. Yeah, I just thought they couldn't think of any more flags. Italy? The learning module medkit flag? Yeah, exactly. Green, white, and red was Italy. Green, white, and red. Oh, okay, so this one's Italy. Green, white, and red is Italy. Yeah, so there's that one, and then we've got these other ones that are like vertical and then horizontal stripes, and then this one over here, and I don't remember what those are. I know we had a long discussion about them before, but that was a week ago. And, yeah, that was a week ago. I'm not. We're gonna slip on a banana. These steps lead up to the foot of Dusky Bridge. Coming down is a cinch, but going back up doesn't look like a walk in the park. It's hard to understand why rivers always want to flow downstream, not up. What a weird thing to say, Phoenix. I'm gonna say it's part of the fever you've got. At an 102.2, you probably shouldn't be walking around one way or the other. Second from the left is Ireland. UK, I don't know. Korea, Greece. Oh, Greece. Okay, Swiss, Japan, US, I don't know. Germany, Canada, I don't know. UK, Italy, US, Japan, and Swiss again. Gotcha. February 9th, Hazakura Temple, main gate. Come on, please. It's for art's sake, I swear. There's only one guy I know who could be this persistent and high-strung. Talk about the heroine here, the heroine in my book. It'll make you famous. Arg! Enough! Oh, hello, Francesca von Karma. A fool's who foolishly accepts the foolishness of a fool's fool. Wouldn't you agree, Phoenix Wright? Huh? Me? Wait a second. I know you. You're, ow! Your reflexes and mine need to shape up. The brain's flying like a sunny side up, and you want to grill me over a name? Frenzy, you can't do that. Franzi, you can't do that. Even as we speak, Nick's on the brink of death. Or so I'm told. Whip a dead horse. Isn't that one of your American sayings? No, it's literally don't whip a dead horse. No, it's not. And I'm not on the brink of anything. Come on, Nick. Tell her, would you? Tell her she needs the model for my new picture book, Franzie's Whippity Whip Trip. What? Oh, I can't, you can't, I mean, I want to see what that book would look like, but I only like the first 2 pages. I don't want the whole thing. I just want to see this idiot's interpretation of what a Franzie's Whippity Whip Trip would look like. Whip a dead horse? Don't whip a dead horse. The first, I don't know, yeah, is Ireland. Oh, okay, Ireland, gotcha. Whip a dead horse. No, it's literally don't beat a dead horse. It's literally the opposite of that. Oh, before you ask me to model, learn to give at least some semi-coherent testimony. And before that, you'll have to learn how to live a semi-coherent life, Larry. I don't care what anyone says, I'm telling the truth. I saw what I saw. She flew, I'm telling you, whoosh, just like that dude with the red underwear. Superman? Are you... You've got to be kidding. I don't think I'm gonna forgive you guys when you come crawling back to apologize. Sigh. Off he goes. It's amazing how little has changed with you in the past year, Phoenix, right? Don't whip any horses? Whippers? Yeah, exactly. Can we whip whippersnappers? Only at hoop and stick. If you can beat them at hoop and stick, you can give them a whipping. Especially whippersnappers. Yeah, you can. If you can beat a whippersnapper at a hoop and whip, you can whip a whippersnapper. That's how that works, team. All right, what do you want to talk about, Francesca von Karma? Have you been in Germany all this time? That's right. Extending my perfect win record, naturally. Oh, joy. Sounds like she hasn't changed a bit. Has it really been a year since we first met? I thought it would have been longer than that, actually. I'm Francesca von Karma, the prodigy. Prodigy? Prodigy. I see. I gave up a promising career in Germany and came to this country for one sole reason. Revenge! Francesca was born and raised in Germany and became a prosecutor at the age of 13. Her father was the legendary prosecutor Manfred von Karma, known for being a murderer now. He had a perfect win record for 40 long years, but now he's gone from this world. Wait, what? Wait, he died? If you can, let the horse whip the whippersnapper. There you go. I don't remember them saying he died. Phoenix killed him? Apparently, maybe he had a heart attack after he was proven, like, we beat him in court? And maybe he died. I didn't think we killed him. I thought he just got arrested for murder because we were able to prove that he murdered, Edgeworth's dad. In America, if you lose in court, it's a death for you. his career died, so it's the same? Yeah, that's what it is. Don't tell me you still hold a grudge against me because of what happened to your father. Phoenix, right? You will fall before me. This, I promise. But it will be for my sake, not my father's. Are we clear? Yes, crystal. Today's trial. In truth, I was shocked. I came back to America with the intention of defeating you. Instead, it was my little brother who was leading the defense. Edgeworth. Come to think of it, Edgeworth was pulled into being a prosecutor by Manfred von Karma as well. Miles Edgeworth told me something very interesting, you know. He said this case has a special significance to you. Because it does. And that's precisely why I'm here. Your personal involvement will make crushing you into teensy-weensy pieces all the better. Probably the fever, but she's so openly hostile that it's almost kind of cute. Oh my god, I was kind of thinking, like, is she kind of flirting with him? But I thought it was just like, they just changed her writing a little bit. But now that they're doing this, like, I think she might actually be flirting with him. Ow, no smirking. No whipping the sick. That foolish fool, doing such a foolish favor for such a foolishly foolish fool. Edgeworth. Make no mistakes, Phoenix Wright. I came here for one thing and one thing only, to pulverize you. It's not like I thought you were here to bring me some cold killer X, you know. Man likes the whip. I think he's warming up to it, I think, yeah. Cool whip. Cool whip. She's got that cool whip. Whip. The cool whip. I'm putting the wrong emphasis on the wrong syllable. Oh man. I wonder if when they were writing that joke, if they knew how much it would permeate pop culture and stay around. Like, does a writer who's writing for a show like that, and coming up with, you know, your 24 jokes for an episode, right? And do you think, oh man, like, which ones, do they really think, like, oh, these ones are gonna permeate pop culture? Play a whip. Like, are these the ones that are gonna permeate pop culture? Like, do they know before they write them, or before the episode airs, like, okay, these 7 in this episode of 24 are gonna land and be permanent? Or is it one of those things where you just shotgun them out there, you put your 24 out, and maybe someone holds on to one of them? I really wonder. What happened? I went over the whole case and file on the flight over. You read the whole thing? Yes, every last word of every last sentence of every last paragraph. All the ridiculous things you did made it very interesting read, you know. Attempting to cross a burning bridge, did you even consider the dangers? No. The only thought in my mind was, I have to get across. A fool who doesn't think is more foolish than a fool who foolishly thinks. Gumshoe said he'd let me know once the bridge was repaired. Wow, she's gotta be okay. I just know it. Plus, I need to ask her about what really happened at the Inner Temple that night. Okay, well, I guess we're kind of done. Do I need to present you stuff? Do you know anything about this? Ow. I refuse to help you, Phoenix Wright. I should have known better than to try. Okay. I guess we're not supposed to talk to you, Miss Von Karma. Okay, I guess we're just moving on then. I don't think anything... Nothing really looks like it's changed here, so... It's the main hall from here. I wonder how the head nun is holding up. Oh, wow. Is that an inkling of human kindness I sense? Ow! Do you enjoy causing other people pain with that sharp tongue of yours? It's nothing compared to the pain that you cause with that leathery whip of yours. This is one impressive gate. Compared to the grandeur of the main gate at the Von Karma estate, it's but a pet door. It looks really idyllic with all that snow on it, don't you think? All that snow. Don't make me laugh. This is but a light dusting where I come from. Don't make things just because you think I'll never get to see it for myself. I mean, Germany probably gets some pretty good snow, right? It's a quaint little bell tower. I never would have thought that something this horrible was about to happen. When Iris rang the lights out bell that night, the legendary snowmobile, I'd love to know what the thing was used for on the night of the crime. Ha! Still thinking small, I see, Phoenix Wright, or perhaps not at all. That's why you will never defeat me. Sorry to burst your bubble, but I don't recall ever losing to you. It's time for us to settle this once and for all with one final showdown. I actually mentally blocked out my victories over her from her memory. Wait, until she sees how much snow Firebird City gets. She would get here to Firebird City, like, just imagine her showing up in July and she gets off the plane and she's going out of the airport and she steps outside and someone's like, sure is hot. Are you from someplace warm? She's like, back in Germany, it's always warm like this in the summers. And then she just passes out from how hot it is because she's never been someplace where it's been over, like, you know, 80 degrees before. It's like 117 degrees outside. She just passes out and hits the ground. Oh, that's the best comeuppance. It's just, oh, where I'm from is worse than this, and then they just pass out because they've never been anywhere nearly that hot before. Oh, that would just be the best. Oh, let's see. I guess we're just going inside, huh? February 9th, Hazakura Temple, Main Hall. Hama! That was one long sigh. Sister Bikini? My, I didn't know you were here. How are you doing? Wah, wah, wah. Hama! You don't have to pretend to be in a good mood for my sake. I suppose I've made a terrible mess of things, haven't I? I let Mystic Elise die, and then there's Iris as well. Mystic Elise. Now that I think about it, there's an acolyte stuck at the inner temple. And that poor little girl has gone missing, too. That little girl? You don't mean Pearls, do you? Yes, I'm afraid I do. She hasn't been seen since the morning after the incident. Pearls? She's missing? Why didn't anyone tell me about this? Oh, I thought Phoenix knew about that. I was wondering why he hadn't mentioned her. Wow, okay. Back at my Brawl holidays, when I met the best Southeast Asia player, he said it was cold in Georgia. It was like 60 at night. What? Is it super hot there? I guess maybe because of the humidity? I mean, parts of the Southeast Asia are very jungle-like, so I guess that's what it is. When I met the best Southeast Asia player, he said it was cold in Georgia when it was like 60 at night. Wow. Huh. He's from Singapore, and it's just by the equator. Oh, okay. So yeah, that's pretty warm then. That's pretty warm. I mean, Francesca von Karma's from Germany, though. Not notorious for its super hotness. I would say it's probably more known for its like snow and cold winters than it is its super warm summers. Singapore kind of makes sense if it's by the equator. Iris. I must be getting old. I think I've seriously lost faith in myself. You talk about your performance at the trial today? You believe me, don't you? I'm not a liar. I would never lie. I know what I saw. I saw Iris pull that sword from Mystic Elsa's body that night. I'm certain of it. At least, I was until this morning. I don't see any psyche locks, so she must be telling the truth. So why are you so unsure of yourself all of a sudden? You know that artist who testified after me? I saw Iris flying, her white hood fluttering. Felt like I might start flying myself. When I saw that man testify so fervently about something so impossible, I started to wonder if I had acted just like him when I was on the witness stand. I wouldn't take that guy too seriously. He's an artist, but all he draws is trouble, and nothing else. If both Bikini and Larry are telling the truth, that can only mean one thing. They both didn't see what they think they saw. That makes sense, actually, yeah. They're not lying because they're telling what they actually saw, even if what they actually saw is factually incorrect. They do be drugged. Something in the incense. I mean, maybe they're hitting the incense real hard. They drink too much juice. I mean, if they drink too much of the underrail juice, then yeah. That would also explain some teleportation and stuff going on, is because they're, you know, tripping through the rift. Inner temple. On the night of the incident, you met Iris at the inner temple. Is that correct? That's right. I'm sure it was Iris. Iris claims she was in her room in Hazakura Temple. I know I shouldn't have come back here that night, but because you did, Maya is stuck all by herself at the inner temple. So sorry. Drafts in that place are nothing to shake a stick at. Winter's especially bad. I'll bet. That training hall looks like it's about to fall down any second. Eagle Mountain has always been prone to earthquakes, so just so you know. Earthquakes? Yes, I wouldn't be surprised if the next big one levels the training hall. Gotta get Maya out of there fast. But still, there's really no need to worry. That area on the other side of Dusky Bridge is isolated like an island. It's like an island? How so? Well, the only thing on that side of the bridge is the inner temple. No one lives out there, and it's surrounded on all sides by river or the forest. Wait. Wait. It's connected to land? It's connected by land? You can just walk there? Okay, look, I get it. I get it that forests are kind of scary sometimes, team. There is absolutely no reason, if this place is not connected via forest, that we cannot walk there. They can literally walk out. Yeah, Oh, God. Send them an Uber, right? Dude walked out of Rift and just started handing it out. Yeah. I see. So a criminal would be trapped... Wait, so a criminal would be trapped should they choose to flee in that direction. As long as the bridge is out of commission, he or she will have to stay there. That means Maya could be stuck out there with a murderer and with no way of escape either? Oh dear, yes, I suppose it does. Nerd. Please, Gumshoe. Get that bridge up faster. Why is Gumshoe the one fixing the bridge? He's a detective. He's not a carpenter. He's not a civic engineer. I don't... Well, they won't starve as they have... They can order pizza. They better have a serious bear problem to justify this. Oh, man. I'm curious about a few things, if you don't mind answering some questions. Oh, do you need to know my measurements for your investigation or something? No. I want to know a little more about the victim, Miss Elise DeMaul. I'm afraid I don't know her waist size, or her bust size for that matter. No, I'm wondering why she came to stay in a place like this to begin with. I mean, she told us herself that she wasn't here for spiritual training. My, you make it sound like this place is some sort of dump, Mr. Wright. Miss Elise was here to soak up the natural beauty of Eagle Mountain, if you must know. There, you did it again. Sister Bikini, I noticed you always refer to Miss DeMone as Mystic Elise? Oh. Yes, now, why is that? After all, she's not here as an acolyte. We address all our visitors as Mystic. It makes their experience feel authentic. And anyway, she's older than me. You must respect your elders, you know. How do you know that? How can you say that for sure she's older than you? Oh, now the secrets start to reveal themselves. Bear. It seems Miss Elise DeMaul was no ordinary visitor after all. And there's Pearls. She was with Miss DeMaul on the evening of the murder. Now she's vanished. It's all got to be connected somehow. Okay. Well, why did Pearls have to get mixed up in this mess? Jeez, Mr. Wright, I know you're worried, but try to keep it together. Oh, man. My head's throbbing so bad it's killing me. No, that's the fever. Pearls, she was with Miss DeMaul on the night of the murder, remember? Yes, but I have a temple to run, you know. I was busy preparing for the training. I didn't see the little darling even once after we'd finished eating dinner. The murder didn't take place right in front of her innocent eyes, did it? According to the detective, she hasn't turned up at her home either. On, keep calm. There's one place left where Pearls could be. Just has to be there. Come on, Gumshoe. Tell me you'll be able to done with the repair soon. I don't... More bears, Zika. One bear's not a reason enough to not go into the woods. Yeah. The bears better have a fortress built in the woods between that island and the rest of, like, land. And that would be... And it better be super hostile to people is the only way it makes any amount of sense for them to not just walk in there and get her. How about 8 effing bears? I don't know, if 8 bears were effing, I mean, that would be pretty unnerving. I wouldn't want to walk in on that. You're not wrong. Bears with AKs. That's the stuff. Oh, what is up with my eyes? Oh, God. My eyes just got super itchy. I was outside for freaking 5 minutes walking to and from the office, you know, from my car. My eyes are like freaking out right now. Oh my god. Yeah, do you know anything about this? This crystal sphere. It's not from a demon warding hood, but I would guess it serves a similar purpose. Bears! 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 Bears, Joe! Bears! 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 Wow. What is that from? Hold on, I'm gonna turn this up. I can barely hear that. Hopefully there's no echo. Oh my god. Seriously, I don't not know what's going on with my eyes. IRL interaction with bears? Oh, okay. If it's not from a hood, then I guess it really is from Miss DeMo's staff. Oh, that's a little too loud. Hold on. Put it right about there. Look, the blood on it. Oh, poor Mystic Elise. Do you know anything about this? Honestly, it's like the end of the world. It's not a good thing, that's for sure. I think people have the gall to call this kind of scribbling by the name of art. Huh? If that's the sort of standard you need for the arts these days. I could be a pop diva. Sure. But what about the contents of the picture? What do you make of that? Mm-hmm. It's definitely the end of the world. I still don't understand why no one realizes, like, this is upside down, because he was looking at it upside down, and they weren't flying over the bridge, they were falling under it. They fell off the bridge. I don't know where this is all leading, but something weird is going on here. He was murdered. I don't got anything else to talk to you about. Let me see something. I've only seen it lay out like this when I saw the really old Japanese movies on TV. Wow, this hibachi razor really puts out a lot of heat. Just thinking about how happy we were sitting here eating pot roast and gravy. Sigh. I liked that picture. What, the flaming bridge one? It's an interesting picture. It's just weird that no one seems to be calling out that it's upside down. It's an altar. It looks a bit old, but someone does a good job taking care of it. Speaking of altars, I remember seeing one like this in Koran Village last year. I guess they really do have something to do with the spiritual power after all. The stack of straw Zabatoon cushions. I told me this type of Zabatoon is called an Enza. I suppose if I'd never come here, I'd have missed out on all these new things. The giant Magatama. There's a laughably large Magatama on the altar. If I could see Psylocke with this tiny Magatama I've got, I can only imagine what kind of power this bad boy has under its hood. I could read the minds of everyone in a 2-mile radius. Wish the whole module was that art style. Ooh, that would be really interesting, actually. That weird sort of, like, off-crayon art. That would be really interesting, actually. Yeah, I think if you did this whole, redid this whole thing in this weird off-color kind of sort of crayon effect, that would actually look really interesting. That'd be cool if they eventually did what would be like a different art effect, like a different filter over it, so you could change the art up. That'd actually be pretty cool. I bet the writing on these sliding doors are instructions for spirit channeling. Kind of like how we scribble math formulas on the bathroom walls to remember them. Except we couldn't go to the bathroom during tests, and I can't read these walls. Okay, so nothing really new going on in here. Out to the courtyard. February 9th, Hazakura Temple Courtyard. This is where Sister Bikini witnessed the incident. It's hard to imagine she was lying on the stand, so maybe there are some clues here yet to be found? Well, there's this I'm curious about, and it won't let me, like, highlight it. Ladder. The main gate's on the other side of that stone wall. The difference in elevation is almost 10 feet. That's how steep this hillside is. And that's also the height that the body fell from, according to the autopsy. It's possible that Miss Damon was pushed from the top of the wall? But she was already dead. Has anybody checked her room? I think they said they checked her room, right? They said they checked her room and there's no blood or missing knives in there? Miss Damon's staff. I definitely remember there being a crystal sphere attached to the staff. I guess Larry eventually found the sphere near the foot of the Dusky Bridge, but what was it doing all the way out there? It's a great question. There are a few of these stone lanterns scattered around this courtyard. Without the city glare to compete with, I imagine they would seem a lot brighter. I guess Mr. Bikini must light them now, since Iris can't be here. Oh, let me do something. Hold on, I'll be right back. I forgot one thing. forgot I needed to shut one of the doors I usually leave open because they need to switch the battery in one of the smoke detectors. There's quite a bit of snow up here on Eagle Mountain. Around here, skis aren't just for fun. They're tools for getting around. But the sled, now that's got to be for Bikini's own personal entertainment. Fair. That building up there is the main hall. It was where we were staying. It's kind of funny because it was built on a very steep slope. If you enter from the main gate side, there's rooms above me on the ground floor. Apparently, Miss DeMol was staying in the corner room. I guess that's where she was pushed from that night? Can we go there? Can we go there? No? The... Shito. It's there in Mystic Ame's right hand. It would probably have been confiscated as a weapon, but whatever. It was proven in court today that it wasn't the murder weapon. Given the design, it must have been used for some pretty gruesome things in the past. It's not meant to be a real weapon. It's figurative. It's meant to be a figure piece. It's ceremonial. It's not a real weapon. Okay, I guess that's everything then? There's no one to talk to here, and I can't click on anything else. So I guess we're done? Hey! What was that jarring, inconsiderably loud yell? This is where you've been, keeping nice and warm, I see. Detective, have you finished repair? The bridge? Yeah, I did. I told you I'd let you know. Well. Then I'll come along with you, and... Sorry, ma'am. No unauthorized entry. Access is restricted to people involved in the case. What was that? I'm involved, aren't I? You can get much more involved than me. Well, yeah, but that's not what I mean. Ow! Ah! It's been a while. Scruffy. It's... Miss Von Car. Ow! No, so it's here. It's the magic sword Excalibur. Oh, that's what it is? Sister, please leave the investigation to me. My. Well, you certainly seem to have everything under control. I'm on your side. I won't do anything you don't want me to. As you work to pin the guilt on Iris. What are you daydreaming about, Phoenix? Ow, that hurts, you know. Silence. I, Francesca Von Karma, will personally guide you through your investigation. So you will follow me. She's not seriously going to follow me around, is she? Okay, I guess we're going back to the bridge. Although, to be honest, I wouldn't be surprised if it's actually magic. It probably will turn out to be somewhat magic. Hey, there you go. That actually doesn't look terrible. Well, look at that. That actually doesn't look completely terrible. He did a pretty good job, actually. Alright. Inner Temple, here we come. Let's go save Maya. And probably Pearl. I don't like this. It's still too loud. Right there. Try that one. February 9th, Inner Temple Gate. Things have certainly become a lot more hectic than before. It must have commenced with the investigation. Oh, Mr. Nick? That voice. Oh, it is Pearls. Okay, thank God. Pearls! Mr. Nick. Mr. Nick! It looks like one really long plank. Yeah, kinda. All detectives have a minor in carpentry. That would actually be amazing. So you were here ever since that night. I was so lonely, I thought I was going to die. When I woke up in the morning and saw that dusky bridge was gone, I realized I was all alone. She was all alone? It must have been very trying for you, little girl. I'm Francesca Von Karma, the prodigy. There's no need to worry now that I'm here. You're the prosecutor who was so mean to Mystic Maya last year. Well, I don't like you. You're nothing but a little girl without your whip. Miss Maya didn't do anything wrong, but you were so mean. I'll never forgive you. Looks like Pearl's words are getting under her skin. Yeah, why are you whipping me? I didn't say anything. You didn't have to. The smile on your lips gave you away. Anyway, Pearls. Weren't you with Maya? I'm sorry. It's all my fault. Huh? What are you talking about, Pearls? Wah, Mystic Maya. Hey, wait, Pearls. She just ran off. Ow. That was cruel, Phoenix, right? That was cruel, Phoenix, right? To make a little girl cry like that is inexcusable. What was that all about? Don't let me like that. It's giving me the creeps. I guess I better take another look around since I finally got a chance. Especially since something about this place seems different from 2 days ago. Well, this has been run, so there's no snow on this anymore. Oh, the rope from this is gone. Also, are the statues wearing neck pieces now? You can see Dusky Bridge from here. It's an unusually long bridge, isn't it? I would say it's about 20 yards. I guess the gorge is too wide to cross with a piece of rope or wire, huh? Therefore, no one has crossed the gorge in either direction since the night of the murder. A simple yet sound deduction, wouldn't you say, Phoenix Wright? Oh, so she's acting as our assistant since Maya's missing and Gumshoe's busy doing other stuff. Phoenix Wright. What? And would you stop calling me by my full name like that? Was this once a prosperous port? A port? Yes, that metal hook is a mooring post for boats, you know. Oh, that? That's an anchor for one of the wires that is used to hold up the bridge. I think the wire that was tied to this one was probably snapped when the bridge burned down. I mean, there's no way there was ever a port all the way up here. Don't get smart with me, Phoenix Wright. I didn't say anything. This is so weird. Look at all the Buddha statues lined up along this path. Phoenix Wright, do you think this is how many siblings the head nun has? Why don't you ask her the next time you see her? You know what? I think I will. She'll probably slap you for prying into her private affairs. Why? What an odd thing you've said. Oh, it's only right on the edge. There's a weird smell coming from that incinerator. The door is also open, almost like it's begging me to look inside. Well, let's see what stunning clue is concealed in here, shall we? Huh? It's empty. How naive are you, Phoenix Wright? But it's a bit strange, don't you think? Francesca von Carmen? I seem to remember... There was snow on this incinerator the first time I saw it. In other words, someone's been using it to burn something recently. Listen, Phoenix Wright. It's impatient to call people by their full... It's impertinent to call people by their full name. I was only copying you. I saw you doing it, Mom, so I did it too. I would assume Pearls was the one burning wood to stay warm? The sign says Inner Temple. I don't know how you're reading it, but it's incomprehensible to me. Actually, I can't read it either. For feigning comprehension isn't a very good habit to have, Phoenix Wright. She looks really happy to have finally caught me on something. What's happening? There's a little gate that leads into the garden. It says no entry on the sign, though. Come now, Phoenix. What are you doing? Let's go in. It's half open anyway. What harm could come of it? But it says no entry. Don't you Americans enjoy doing... Oh, okay, she's confirming we're American. Don't you Americans enjoy doing whatever you like and then simply saying whatever? It's got nothing to do with anything. And who told you that? This must be the door that leads to the Inner Temple, where Maya Fey was training on the night of the murder. Yes, there's a solitary room that's called the training hall. You could do with some training yourself, Phoenix, right? Ow. You're completely out of shape. I don't know how much more of this woman I can take. Japan America? Yeah. Japarican. Japarican. The way he's talking is I feel like the hidden lore of this is going to be that there's a secret case to solve and him murdering her. He plays Edgeworth again, trying to figure out how his best friend also murdered his, like, little sister. Okay. Into the training hall. Oh, it's sealed. What? February 9th, Inner Temple Training Hall. What is happening in here? There's stuff all over the poster? What's wrong? Why are you so quiet? Maya, she was supposed to be in here training. It appears she's nowhere to be seen. What's that? That strange lock. I wasn't there 2 days ago. This whole room is really giving off some strange vibes. It's an antique dresser. Don't you dare open it, Phoenix Wright. Now I know how Maya feels when I tell her not to touch things. What a pity. It's full of nothing but cold clothes for the acolytes. Thought we weren't opening it. I'm from the prosecutor's office. I can do anything. Yeah, you can do anything except stand up to a 9-year-old girl. Burn. Look at those wafer-thin mattresses. I'm sorry, Phoenix Wright. Wafer-thin? Yeah, you know, thin like a wafer. In other words, uncomfortable? That's how we describe things like these mattresses. I assume you must say wafer-thick or something back in Germany? Not about these mattresses, certainly not. Just assassin. What do you think this yellowish poster is, Phoenix, right? It's a scroll, not a poster. It's a picture of a woman who's actually... Yeah, that was their mom. A woman? I don't see any woman here. There's a different atmosphere in this room since the last time I was here. No, it's not a different atmosphere. It's a different smell. It's gravy. Huh? What's the matter? This scroll. It's been completely covered in gravy. Ah, yes. There is a very appetizing smell in the air. Gravy is a type of sauce. So when you run out of paint, you Americans use gravy as a substitute, I see? What are you... Okay, now she's just being stupid on purpose. No, no one does that. For starters, it stinks. This must be the gravy that we had with the roast on the night of the incident. Why would anyone do this? Why this scroll? Hanging the scroll updated. Touch to see before and after view under the check screen. Okay. We can investigate it again. The scroll shows a picture of a Misty Fae, master of the crane channeling technique. Why would anyone cover it in gravy? I can't make out what's drawn on the scroll at all. I'll never understand you Americans and your so-called artists. Artists? Yeah. Sure. Nothing else? Okay. This door. When I was here 2 days ago, that weird lock wasn't on it. Those chains. It's almost as if they're guarding something inside that cavern. Never seen a lock quite like this before. I have. I've seen locks and chains just like this before. They look just like the ones that guard a person's secrets during a psyche lock. I wonder if this lock is guarding something too. Dark secrets in a dark cavern? What took you so long? I thought even you'd manage to get here faster than this. Mr. Trite. Prosecutor Godot? I didn't know you were here. Where did you come from? Prosecutor? How come you didn't show up at the trial today? Ha. I could ask you the exact same question. Huh? But I had a cold, so I had something slightly more important than a common cold to deal with. The importance of which is something you have no hope of ever understanding. Enough! I believe I have the measure of you. You are the very worst kind of prosecutor. What could be more important than a trial? Who's the wild mare, Trite? This is Miss Von Karma. She was the acting prosecutor in your absence today. Ha! Well, I guess I owe you one then. But you can't go now, princess. It's time for the big boys to take their reins. Hit him in the face! Hit him in the face! He deserves it. He said the thing. Hit him in the face. Hit him in the face! Hit him in the face. He said the stupid thing. He said the dumb stuff. He needs to be hit in the face. Just who do you think you are? This case is my... Hey, Philly, know your role and shut your mouth. Oh my god! Oh my... Hit him! Someone hit him! Please, hit him. Hit him. Hit him in the face. Hit him in his face. Knock his stupid goggles off. Please. Somebody. Anybody. Phoenix probably wouldn't do it. He's only violent against doors, but Von Karma should hit him in the face. Bonk him. Yes, bonk away. I'm only going to say this once, Lady Von Wippenberg. Go home. Phoenix Wright. What are you hitting me for? Ha. You deserve more cracks of the whip than that, Trite. What? You still don't get it, do you? You don't realize that you've set something in motion that you'll never be able to undo. Something different about Godot today. Getting such a strong sense of something from behind that mask of his. Is it anger or is it sorrow? Is that a random whip sound effect? Oh, okay, that was Ice Run on Elk. Why didn't you show? It was important business, and that's why you weren't in court. So what was it? I've told you once before, but perhaps you don't remember. I returned from the depths of heck to battle with you. You see, Trite, I'm experienced something most have not. Death. You died? Of course, being extradited from heck is a tedious affair. The meticulous regeneration and adjustment of all your internal organs is, well, let's just say modern medicine allows us all to live to a ripe old age. Even someone like me. So, you mean that mask you wear is ugly device? I promise it's not a fashion statement, my unenlightened friend. Without this, I can't see your frequently dumbfounded face. I didn't know? My eyesight is pretty messed up. Even with these huge goggles on my head, I still can't see everything. What is happening right now? What is... Still, I keep this worn-out piece of junk of a body going with regular servicing. I'm sorry, but you say you experienced death? How is that possible? What happened? Why don't you ask him? Huh? Me? Yeah, Trite, you. You should know all about it. You know when my life ended? And who ended it for me? Well, Phoenix Wright, do you? I don't know what he's talking about. Although, to be honest, I do feel a little tug at the corner of my memory. I think I do know about how Godot was killed. So he was the one who was poisoned by Dahlia, whatever her name is, because he... Okay, this is going to be a deep one. So when we did the trial for Phoenix being the murderer, we found out that Dahlia was in the courtroom at in the courthouse the same time that Phoenix was in the library of the courthouse. She had to ditch the poison that she used to kill one of the prosecutors or one of the investigators. I think it's been implied that this guy was the prosecutor who died, so I don't understand how he's not actually dead. He's Cyclops from X-Men. Yeah, but his stare doesn't fire beams, it just fires annoyance. I think I do know about how Godot was killed. It'll all become clear in due time. Isn't that right, Trite? Can't undo? Earlier you said I've done something I can never undo. What do you mean by that exactly? The inner temple here on this side of Dusky Bridge is an isolated island. That's what Sister Bikini said too. And I wonder, Trite, do you know what the police are doing here today? What do you mean? They're searching. Searching for any trace of an acolyte who went missing. Missing? As leader of the search party, I can tell you this with absolute certainty. Maya Fey is not on this side of Dusky Bridge. Huh? But that's impossible. She came here that night and... I won't say it again. The chances of her being here are nil. Excluding, of course, one very unique place. One? Where is that? The Sacred Cavern, the entrance of which we are standing at right now. This is the only place the search party has yet to explore? So they haven't searched that cavern yet, huh? Be aware, though, that the temperature inside frequently falls below freezing. Even if she were in there, the chances of her being found alive are slim at best. No. Which means, Trite, that you sent Maya Fey to her death. You fool! If that's the situation, why aren't you in there with a search party right now? You must have blinders on, my equestrian angel. Don't you see that big lock and chain? Equestrian angel? I guess because she has the horse whip? It's a trick lock. I'm making preparations to open as we speak. Well, try it. Once again, a woman dies because of you. Once again? What are you talking about? Don't tell me you've forgotten. It was only 2 years ago, after all, when the last unfortunate woman died because of you. Because of me? And do you know who that was? It was Maya Fey's sister. That's right, Mia Fey. Mia? You killed her. No, that's not how it was. What? It was 2 years ago. Mia Fey was pursuing someone, a man. But she bit off more than she could chew. She made a very dangerous enemy. Yeah, that's one case I'll never forget. But I got that guy, personally. Sure, Miss Fey's murderer was caught. But that won't bring her back. Well, no, but you were with her at the time. You and no one else. It was your responsibility. You should have protected her. You said Mia Fey was your teacher? Well then, I'd say you've learned nothing, Wright. You robbed her of her life, and now you let her sister suffer the same fate. I haven't sentenced Maya to death. No. He's really assuming a lot here. Like, I don't think we showed up to the Mia thing until after the fact, so we weren't even in the building when it happened. We showed up a few minutes after it happened, and that was after Maya had gotten there, and that's why they thought she did the murder, is because she was the only one there with, like, blood on her or whatever. So saying we weren't there to protect her is insane? That's like saying I wasn't at, like, I don't know, the grocery store or whatever when the robbery took place, so I failed to save the people at the grocery store. Like, what are you talking about? What is this particular looking lock? Why don't we just break it open? It would be a simple matter of... I'm afraid we can't do that. This area has been prone to earthquakes. The repeated tremors have weakened the foundation of the training hall. Any excessive force used to break the lock open would... Well, let's just say the inner temple and the sacred cavern would be a thing of the past. Alright, well then I dare suggest the obvious solution of opening it with the key. Ha! Sure, just show me where the keyhole is on this trick lock. There's no keyhole? That's right, an interesting puzzle, huh? The person who set this lock is the only one who can open it. And who is this? Simple, the accused. What? Iris? When Acolyte undergoes training inside the sacred cavern, the intending sister is responsible for locking the entrance. Obviously, the night of the murder was no exception. Maya Fey was to train in there. Sister Bikini did mention it a number of times, now that I think about it. She said that Iris was left in charge of supervising the early stages of the training. So Iris, the accused, is the only one who can open this lock. I've arranged for her to be brought here now. Iris is the only person who can open this lock. Hope she gets here soon. Hang on in there, Maya. We'll get you out. Wait, what about Bikini? Bikini was also supposed to be here during this. Why is she not here to open the lock? So... I should be getting back to work. Wait, Godot. How sure about Maya are you? Huh? There's no doubt in my mind. She's in the sacred cavern somewhere. It's the only place she could be. You better start praying. You better pray that friend of yours brings the accused back here soon. Edgeworth? Listen up, Trite. There's only one thing I want to say to you before I go. I'll never accept you. Never. Huh? You should choose your friends more carefully, Phoenix Wright. That's what everyone says. Like I don't have much of a choice. I also just have to do what I can for now. Okay. Uh-huh. I guess we can go try to do... the psyche locks on Bikini? Unknown. I don't know. Should I, or shouldn't I? Like someone's talking to himself? But where's that coming from? Yeah, I guess I better wash that off. That's what I'll do. No, but I can't do that. I'm a detective. Arg, my brain. It's driving me nuts. Ah! Something troubling you, Scruffy? Please don't whip me like that all of a sudden, sir. It's merely a simple greeting. A friendly tap on the shoulder. With my whip. So what's up, Gumshoe? Something on your mind? How did you know, pal? Perhaps you were trying to decide if you wanted to wash that off or not? How did you know, sir? Oh, yeah, I nearly forgot. You can't go through that little gate there, okay? You mean the one that says no entry on it? I kinda already snuck in there. You trying to be clever or something? So what's behind there, Scruffy? Huh? A kind of garden-like garden? A garden? Yeah, anyway, it's under investigation right now, so keep that. I'm not telling you, I'm asking you, pal. You got me? Isn't it normally the other way around? Well, see you later. So, shall we adjourn to the garden, Phoenix Wright? Of course. What else would we do? I really want to know what gum she was thinking of washing off. That's a great question, actually, yeah. Okay, we're going to the garden. Okay, February 9th, Inner Temple Garden. Huh? There's a strange feeling in the air. I wonder what it is. Strange feeling. Forget about that. What's that strange writing on the stone lantern? What are you doing here, sir? I thought I said you can't come in here. Don't you know, Scruffy? Avant Karma will always show up wherever there is a clue. And there are plenty of clues to be found here. But... I guess the investigation? So how's the Inner Temple investigation going? We have the best forensic team in the world working the place. That is fundamentally a lie. If it is the normal forensic team, that is a fundamental lie. Forensic team? And what was the outcome of this scientific study? Nothing. Scientifically speaking, the place is as clean as a whistle. That's simply not good enough, Scruffy. Do you think I'll let you get away with that? Uh-oh. Well, there was a couple of things that bothered me when I first got here, sir. That stone lantern and the surrounding area that's not covered in snow, correct? They look kind of fishy to me, you know, scientifically speaking. So I got the lab boys to look them over. The results were... It's kind of hard to say, actually. Guess I better look into them myself. Maya? About Maya. Oh, did Mr. Godot tell you yet? Yes, we heard. He's got a search party out looking for her. There's nowhere else she can have disappeared to on this side of the Dusky Bridge. All we can do is wait for Mr. Edgeworth to get here, pal. Edgeworth? He's escorting Iris, the defendant, over here. I'll have to wait, since she is the only one who can open the door to the Sacred Cavern. Why is that the case? You have the lady who runs this here. Go get Sister Bikini and bring her over here. What are you talking about? Oh, I think Mr. Edgeworth wants to talk to you about something too, pal. Huh? I wonder what it is. Just don't be expecting any good news when you talk to him. When I spoke to him, Mr. Edgeworth sounded so down, I felt like I was drowning. Sounds pleasant. What the heck is that? Uh-oh. You spotted it, huh, pal? Are you kidding me? It couldn't be more obvious. It says... Maya? Yeah, and before you ask, it's written in blood. You will answer all our questions now, Scruffy. Without exception. Yes, sir. There are a couple of torches here. I guess you need all the light you can get up here in the mountains. Yeah, I was looking at those things, pal. Looks like they've been lit pretty recently. Recently? How recently are we talking about? As recently as the night of the murder. I was training here on the night of the murder. Not unreasonable to think these things were lit up at the time, I guess. There's a charm or something poking out from the snow. Looks pretty old. There's a leather cord tied to it, too. Apparently it belonged to the victim. Miss Elise Demol? Yeah, there was a broken leather cord around the lady's neck. The end of the cords found on both the victim and on this charm match exactly. Sounds to me like this little trinket is going to be my ticket to getting some very big answers. Train Master's talisman added to the court record. More by Elise de Mol, found in the garden of the inner temple. A little lantern, a little statue. Certainly a quaint little garden. Oh. What is this huge bowl here for? Oh, I know this one. It's a water bowl, isn't it? Everything else is completely frozen over. The ice in this bowl has been broken. That's true. I wonder if this has any impact on the case. Well, I doused my face earlier with the water in this. I was getting kind of sleepy. Ah! Next time you're sleepy, you need to only come to me. Got it? Okay. Well, this is odd. There's no snow on the ground here. It's almost perfect rectangle. It couldn't have happened naturally. Yes, it appears as though someone has carefully cleaned away the snow. No doubt it was you, wasn't it, Scruffy? No, it wasn't me, sir. I was already like that when my men and I got here to start the investigation. It wasn't the police, then who did this? Oh yeah, there's something I need to tell you. Just between the three of us, okay? What is it? It's top secret. You can't tell anyone, got it? Understood. Well, when I was a kid, I got knocked out of the local wrestling contest, you see? So I was disappointed. I just picked up my mouth guard and cried all the way home. Man, I got in so much trouble when I left it on the couch.
Hello.
Welcome? Welcome is at 770. Is that it? That's it. Ow. Whoever cleared the snow, I must have had a reason. Although I can't even begin to imagine what the reason could be. But welcome's at 770. How are you doing today? Hopefully you're having a good Sunday. We are deeper and deeper into this investigation. I mean, I like the aesthetics of this place. It seems very calm in here. But they said it was kind of, the air in here was kind of weird. Yeah, that seems to be everything. Bloody writing. Maya. So these letters are written in blood? Yeah. What's worse is the victim's blood. Huh? This is Miss de Mol's blood? We haven't done a detailed analysis yet, but it's looking that way, pal. Most interesting. Phoenix Wright, I presume you know, don't you? Why Maya's name is written upside down? Oh, is that what they're doing? So if you get stabbed and you fall backwards and then you write it like against the wall, like up, right? There'd be more blood against the wall, you would think. You know what? That was really bothering me too. But I just came up with the answer. The result of my own special gumshoe investigation. Really? Do tell. Well, on the night of the murder, the stone lantern was upside down. Anyway, there's really only one logical explanation to this mystery. Miss Elise de Mol wrote this letter herself, in her own blood. You must be joking. That's impossible. From the writing in the victim's blood and the other clues left behind, it seems pretty likely that this garden was the scene of Miss de Mol's murder. At least, that's our current theory on how the events took place, pal. What? There's not much blood here for this being the crime scene. So Miss de Mol was killed here? However you want to look at it, that's what people are saying now. Then, what Sister Bikini saw in the courtyard at the main temple was... Well, what was it? If that wasn't the scene of the crime, what did she see? What do you think, Miss Von Carr? Ow! Surely a special gumshoe investigation would reveal the answer, no? Wait a second, the bloody writing and all the other clues here. Someone could have easily set all that up after the murder, right? Sorry, but that's not an option, pal. Why not? How quickly you forget, Phoenix Wright. Ever since the incidents occurred, this place has been completely inaccessible. Because Dusky Bridge was completely burned out. I was overseeing repairs to the bridge the whole time. No one came over here before me and my men. Which means no one could have planted all this stuff here, pal. I can't think of a counter-argument to that. I knew it. I should have washed the blood off the lantern as soon as I got here. That's really the scene of the crime. I need to figure out exactly what it was that Bikini actually saw. So I'm guessing what had to have happened then. If she got stabbed and this is removed, there must have been some kind of tapestry or something. Also, blood doesn't work like that? What do you mean? What do you mean, Z770? Like, it's not going to be this perfect, like, pin marks like this for sure. It would be, if you were drawing in blood, it would be much more uneven and much more textured than this. Actual blood is much more textured. But I'm guessing what happened then is whoever did the actual killing here, I don't know who it is. I'm guessing the blood got onto whatever tapestry was around this, and then they took the tapestry up after the snow stopped, and that's why this area doesn't have snow on it. Normally it will dried up. Oh, well, I mean, yeah, that's part of it too, for sure. I think it helps that probably the air is probably very, very moist from all the snow and stuff. So it's probably not drying out too fast. But yeah, it wouldn't look like this naturally. This is definitely a highlighted clue blood, not actual blood. Huh. Okay. Do you know anything about this? Do you know anything about this scroll, detective? It has the effect turned into brown color. That's very true, actually. Dried blood does turn more of a brown color, and it's not bright red like that. Bright red blood like that is only because it's fresh with the oxygen still in it. Once it dries out, it turns into more that weird brownish red kind of color. That's true also. It wouldn't be bright red like that. Well, I know it smells great. Yeah, this is just the kind of weather for some steaming mashed potatoes and gravy. I really love that stuff. I ate it so much that my... Ah! Have you nothing else to say about this than your inane ramblings about gravy? Not really. Let's leave it at that, okay? So, he doesn't know anything about that. Do you know anything about this? That thing must have been worn by the victim. There's no other way of looking at it. You mean because of the matching leather cord found around the victim's neck? Yeah. But it's one of those things she always wore. I've got this safe driving charm I've been wearing for over a year now. If I ever get into an accident, it guarantees it'll be the other guy's fault. Isn't it supposed to stop you from having an accident in the first place? It depends on what your goal is with the accident. Taking that night from the main gates. What do I have? Photo of Elise. See, she doesn't have it in this photo. I mean, it could be underneath her cape or whatever, but also blood has weight, so it would drip down in the floor. That's true, but this isn't like blood out of the body. Someone wrote this deliberately, so it wouldn't really have the same kind of weight as blood dripped. Like, this makes sense that this blood dripped down here. But yeah, the way they represented this isn't really exactly like blood. It's not a good representation of blood. That is 100% true. Yeah, this was written deliberately. This should be more drippy. Like, this almost looks like it's dripping up. Because you see the trail here, and then it goes up. Up. This one's kind of down. This is up, and this looks like it's up. This should all be all this drip should be flipped upside down, so it looks like it's going downward. Unless they're going to show, like, I don't know, they like whipped their arm or something, the blood sprayed up and then froze, but I don't know. It's not a good representation of a blood stain. Okay, I don't think I have anything else to present you, and there's nothing else to talk about. Let's go see if we can find... Okay, nothing changed here. Let's go see if we can find Pearl and find out what happened. Let's go back to the bridge. Okay. I guess we'll go to the main gate. Well, devs didn't know much about blood is all right. Yeah, I mean, they don't care, right? They're not worried about that making that look like an authentic blood smear. They're just worried about making it obvious so people could see it. It's completely art over like substance, or I guess what would be the example? Like, its usefulness is way more important than its artistically accurate representation of blood, which, whatever, that's fine. They've done stupider things in these modules than that. I will still call whoever was in charge of this module a coward to their face if I ever meet them because of that stupid scene with the wheelchair. That wheelchairs thing, I hit a giant full-sized stone bust on my wheelchair and nobody noticed. That is, and then they didn't even show how that's physically possible. That is cowardly nonsense, and I will tell that to their face. I don't care. They can fight me. I'm fine with that. February 9th, Hazakura Temple, main gate. It seems you have a visitor. Mr. Wright? Iris, I'm really glad to see you. Godot managed to mobilize the police by claiming a state of emergency. What? What do you... What? What are you talking about? Do you know... Okay, a state of emergency is like a citywide or a statewide incident. That is not a single murder investigation. Only now? Yeah, like, either you need to have done that back when bad things happened, not at all, not in the middle of the investigation. What are you talking about? Defu? Yeah, Defu, exactly. Not him again. Never mind him. We've got to hurry and unlock the sacred cavern. I'm sorry, Mr. Wright. It's my fault someone so important to you is locked in there. Mr. Edgeworth, can we finish our conversation later? Alright. Let's hurry to the inner temple, then. I'll see you later, Wright.
Hold it!
Wait, Edgeworth. I'm coming with you guys. Sorry, Wright. I can't allow you to come with us. What? I hate to be the one to break it to you, but Maya Fey is in a rather delicate position. What do you mean by a delicate position? This isn't simply a rescue operation, right? It's also an investigation. That being the case, we can't allow members of the public to interfere. Come on, Edgeworth. If anything happens, you'll be the first to know. Please understand, right? But it's Maya. Mr. Wright, all that matters is that Mystic Maya is rescued, correct? Listen to the voice of reason for a change, Phoenix Wright. From now on, consider anything beyond the Dusky Bridge to be off limits. We'll be going now. Excuse us. What? Allegedly. Ah! This is no time to be standing around, Phoenix Wright. Aren't there other things that demand your attention? She's right. Thanks for reminding me. Like... What?
Good enough.
It's like they don't understand what an emergency is. It's not good enough. That's the problem. This is the craziest, like, soap opera-iest nonsense of an emergency. Like, it's like they call a state of emergency and then immediately stood around chit-chatting with each other, like, worried, like, oh no, the emergency's going on, we better hurry. Yeah, we better hurry and go fix that emergency. Oh boy, emergencies sure are important, we should fix the emergency. Yeah, fixing the emergency sure should be important.
Patter,
like,
let's get at her.
What are you doing? Oh, God. Pitter-patter. Pitter-patter nothing. This is absolute attempted murder by this whole investigation on leaving Maya alone in this cave, if she's even in there anymore. There is now at least some mild evidence that she fell off the bridge into the river. Oh, God. I need to talk to Pearls to understand what's going on. Sister Bikini looks like she's shrunk some since I last saw her. Don't be so rude, Phoenix Wright. What's wrong, Sister Bikini? My. Hello, you two. How are you doing? Wah, wah. Ha, ma. From the sound of that sigh, I guess she's still pretty down. Iris was just here, you know. She was accompanied by that handsome crimson-clad prince. Is she talking about Edgeworth? I swear I'm not an elk. Can you confirm? Can you confirm that it is a crimson-laced prince? If she's still here.
Tell me something good.
I guess she's not here anymore. Alright, is she talking about Edgeworth? It was just a courtesy call. I wasn't allowed to talk with her at all. Oh dear, it's all my fault that this has happened. Poor Iris. She was worried about my back, would you believe? What have I done to her? Only what you had to do, sister. You bravely and truthfully testified about what you saw. There's no shame in that. And we'll see that your testimony wasn't made in vain. Well, I don't hear anyone else saying that. Mr. Blue Suits doesn't seem to share your opinion, I see. Huh? Me? Ah! Glare. Oh, yes, you did great, Sister Bikini. Absolutely spectacular. Sniff. You two are the only ones who've said that to me. Can't shake the feeling that I just became a shill to a shrew. Do you have a problem, Phoenix Wright? Yeah, I have 102 temperature and I feel like garbage and I might pass out at any moment. I have a lot of problems. Sure, she was brave to testify so truthfully like that, but I know she's still hiding something. It's time to break these psyche locks of hers. Does anybody know... Does anybody know where Pearls went? Does anybody know what happened to the little 9-year-old who's running around unattended, who may or may not have seen a murder? Anybody care? Anybody care about the 9-year-old? I can't even go back to the bridge to go to the Heavenly Hall to see if she's there. Why does no one care where the unattended 9-year-old who was left on an island by themselves for 2 days in blizzard temperatures is? Oh, God. Oh, God. I'm so happy other people like this module. I'm happy for them that they found something that they enjoy. I'm happy they find comfort or fun or pleasure in these modules. I don't get it, but I'm happy for them. Alright, I guess I will now attempt to break your psyche lock.
Take that!
All 5 of them. Elise Demon. Sister Bikini, the truth is becoming increasingly clear. Oh, I forgot I can't save it. I'm against that Miss Elise Demon has a special significance to this temple. As to why she has a special significance, I believe it has to do with her true identity. What on earth are you talking about? She was... Miss Elise was an author, just an author of picture books. To be honest, I had my suspicions almost immediately after I met her. Suspicions? Yes, but I didn't have any evidence to support my theory, though. Now I do. This piece of evidence proves Miss Damon's true identity. This? Pearl who? Leave it to die. It's not a big deal. Yeah, she's only a 9-year-old girl. She's only a child running around who may or may not have witnessed the death of her cousin and whose mom is in jail for attempting to murder her cousin. She was only left alone for 2 days, stranded in freezing temperatures with no food. I'm sure she's fine to wander about unattended. After having an emotional breakdown and running off. This?
Take that!
Miss Damon has this charm with her at all times. Card, where did you... This is some cheap good luck charm either. Then, what do you think it is, Mr. Wright? What could a talisman like that possibly mean? It's a talisman, is it? Interesting. Oops! This thing speaks volumes about who Miss Damon really was. This talisman and one other item unequivocally prove Miss Damon's true identity. This? Oh, I wonder if it's this. It's this, the staff, or the poster. I'm not sure which. I'm gonna try this. Nope. Well, you really ought to think before buying one of the charms we sell here, Mr. Wright. Huh? Otherwise, you just might find yourself jumped on by a little old lady on a dark mountain path. What am I doing? The piece of evidence I need to be show bikini is obvious. That's just a plain old good luck charm, so please, just give it back. Oh, no, I don't think so. This thing speaks volumes about who Mr. Mo really was. Talisman and one other item equivocally prove Mr. Mo's true identity. It's gotta be the poster, then.
Take that!
Okay, yeah, it's the poster. Painting is obscured by the gravy scene at the moment. But this scroll shows the master of the crane channeling technique. The crest at the top is a sign of that honorable title. The very same crest that adorns the talisman the victim carried with her. Wow, I did not pick up on that. This crest is reserved for the masters of Quran. Well, no, told you that nonsense. I've got no idea what you're talking about. The new master, Maya Fey, told me. What? What? You mean that acolyte is Misty Fey's daughter? Yes. Are you sure? Yes. In fact, since her eldest daughter passed away, Maya is Misty Fey's sole successor. Mystic Misty? Oh, stuff's happening. Well, I guess that's all it took. Elise the Mom. Mystic Elise graced us with her presence about a week ago. When she showed me the talisman with that mark on it, well, I nearly fainted. No one had seen her since she disappeared 17 years ago, after all. What is the significance of this talisman, sister? The crane talisman is the symbol of the master of Quran. The bearer must carry it with them always until their death. Until their death? So Elise Demone was really Maya's mother, huh? I mentioned something about that, but I wasn't 100% sure that was the direction they were going with this. It's like Dev kill May, like always. Yeah, basically. They just, I don't know. They really love killing off the, like, trying to kill off apparently all the magic women for some reason. She was Misty Fey, the master of the crane channeling technique. The truth comes out at last. At least we're making some headway here. Tell me, sister. After 17 years, why did she choose to show herself now? Because something happened that called her out of hiding. What happened? Well, what's happening? It can't be. Earthquake! Arrgh! Oh my goodness. The inner temple. This kind of tremor might... The inner temple? The sacred cavern in the training hall, it might very well cave in. What? Maya! Wow, okay, I was wondering when they were going to do the earthquake thing. I didn't think it would be here, though. It seems to have passed? Well, we can't just stand here and do nothing. Let's go. What? Where? To the inner temple, of course. Where else? Huh? Sister Bikini, we'll finish this later, alright? Of course. You run along now. You may have been hurt. I must get some first aid kits ready. You're telling... Okay. You... We went and got a accused murderer out of jail instead of getting the lady who works here and knows how everything is supposed to go to open the thing, and now instead of that, she's getting first aid kits for the people stuck in the temple. Oh my god. I don't get it. Come on then, Phoenix. This won't bar you from entering as long as I'm with you. Thank you. Right at the moment, I had the worst feeling in my gut. We just had an earthquake. I wonder if he's all right.
The environment down here is all salt. The ceiling's salt, the floor is salt, the walls are salt, and to an extent, the air is salt. And you breathe that in, and you can constantly taste the salt.
That is a lot of salt. You look worried. Are you thinking about Miles Edgeworth? Come on, let's go. Salt. You gotta hurry to the inner temple and... Right? Ah, what are you doing here? How could I have... Huh? How do you expect us to understand if you don't speak up? Ow! Hey, why are you the one hitting... Why am I the one getting whipped? She's gone. No! The defendant, Iris. She's gone. Gone where?
It is what it is.
It is what it is.
I guess you're right. She fled. She escaped. What? Wait, so he didn't have a police escort? Miles Edgeworth was single-handedly transporting a suspect with no assistance? This is the dumbest. I don't understand how you... This is something... This has to be aimed at people who love soap operas. There is no other excuse for this. There is none. Oh, I got a good sound effect? Okay, hit me.
Good evening. Tonight's top story, everything is awful.
That is actually perfect. Thank you, Zet770. Everything is awful. This is nonsense. This is... Why would anybody want this? Why does anybody enjoy this? This is the worst writing. This is the dumbest writing. If you saw this in a movie, everyone would yell at the screen in the movie theater. This is the dumbest stuff ever. And it's not even played for laughs. Like, this isn't a joke. This is supposed to be like an immediate emergency where people could die or whatever. This isn't Clue the movie where it's all a joke. They're trying to take this seriously, and they're doing the worst possible job. It doesn't make any sense. So it was just out during the, It's easy to see Edgeworth's one and only weakness. His fear of earthquakes. That's a completely rational fear, by the way. People shouldn't... Like, people are scared of earthquakes, but whatever. I should have known better than to escort the defendant alone. Yes, you should have, you idiot! As soon as the ground started shaking, everything went dark before my eyes, and I stupidly passed out. That incident haunts you to this day, doesn't it? That's no excuse for letting the suspect get away. I can't believe I let it happen. Right? The inner temple area is a dead end, so right? The inner temple area is a dead end, so she could have only escaped to this side. We haven't seen her. Then we need to get a manhunt underway now and search Eagle Mountain from top to bottom. Wait, Edgeworth. Have you thoroughly checked the inner temple yet? Don't be ridiculous. Why would I? The inner temple is like an island. There's no way to escape but to cross. No, that's not it. Iris isn't the type of person to run away, Edgeworth. What are you talking about? Since the beginning, you mentioned something when we were with her. You said that the sacred cavern might have caved in because of the quake. Do you think Iris might have gone to the inner temple to check on the situation? Listen, Edgeworth. I'm sure she's at the inner temple. A manhunt is not necessary. Then she would be in custody by all the police who are investigating the inner temple. Pornos have better story writing than this. Yeah, at least it kind of makes sense. Everyone's just, you know, super excited to interact with one another in those. Right. Let's not waste any more time. We need to get to the training hall's sacred cavern now. Alright, let's go. February 9th, Inner Temple Training Hall. Fortunately, the sacred cavern hasn't caved in. But, what we found was something none of us could have ever expected. What? What does that mean? How can there be even more locks? What is the meaning of this? Iris? Iris, please tell me. What the heck is going on? February 9th, Inner Temple Training Hall. Right, is that what Godot was talking about? Yeah, the trick locks. Now then, Iris, please remove these at once. Mr. Edgeworth? I'm afraid I can't. It's not possible for me. What? During the earthquake, when the cavern was in danger of caving in, Iris escaped. And I know that there was only one lock when I last came here. So you're saying that you can't undo the new locks? Yes. If only I was stronger. Edgeworth, how are you feeling? You look a little pale in the face. Like you're the one to talk with your face all green. Miles Edgeworth, go and get some air. I'll watch over the suspect. You go and get a grip on yourself. Don't be ridiculous. I'm perfectly... Ah! There's no telling what sort of mistakes you could make in your current state. Go and get some rest. That's your only concern now, Miles Edgeworth. Understood. On to the investigation in the garden. You take care of things here. Edgeworth. He's got so much pride that he's probably off crying in a corner of the garden. Pride is simply another trap that hinders us in our lives. That said, one must have pride to be effective on the job. At any rate, it seems that there is where we part ways, Phoenix Wright. I'm going to stay here and see if I can't help solve these bothersome puzzles. I see. Well, thanks for your help. Now then, do you mind if I ask you a few things, Iris? No, not at all. What? I don't care anymore. We just do whatever it says. I don't care. I'm done. I'm done. Why did you make a run for it, Iris? I'm sorry. I heard the Inner Temple had been severely shaken by the strong earthquakes we had. I was so worried, I just had to come and see. In other words, you didn't run away to escape the law, at least we're clear on that. I can't tell you how relieved I was when I saw the sacred cavern was alright, but what? And then I saw these chains here. I saw these extra locks that someone had put on the sacred cavern's door, and... Who in the world would do something like this? Trick lock? These trick locks are a sacred treasure of the Korean tradition. There are hundreds of ways to set them. That's why only the person who set the lock can open it. And you weren't the one who set these locks. I don't think it's that simple, Francesca von Karman. When we were here the first time, there was only one lock. But now, somehow, there's 5 of them. What does that mean? It means that someone wanted to secure the place even more. And they wanted to secure it before you got here, Iris. Presumably because they wanted to make sure Maya couldn't get out. This means that Iris can only open one of these locks, the first one. Yes, that's correct. What? Iris, try to think, please. Isn't there any way around this? Well, like I said, there are hundreds of different ways to set these locks. I suppose if I went through every combination with each one, I could remove them. But it will take time, won't it? Yes, about a day, if I had to guess. Whole day? Well, that's better than leaving the locks in place. Will you do this for us? Sure. I'll do whatever I can. Gotta wait another day? Hang in there, Maya. You're going to have to call on your inner strength now. I mean, go get... I'm broken. Whatever. Okay, night of the crime. You know what, Iris? There's still one thing I don't quite get. And what might that be, Phoenix Wright? I think it's obvious. Iris, on the night of the murder, where were you? Huh? Please, Iris, don't give me that look. You told us that you were in your room at Hazakura Temple at the time of the incident.
If you do that,
What?
I'll destroy everything and everyone.
Okay. But you were seen that same evening at the Inner Temple. And then you were spotted at the scene of the crime in Hazakura Temple, too. Being spotted at both Hazakura Temple and the Inner Temple. It's as if you were... Well, Iris, I think it's about time you told us the truth. What? I knew it. There's something going on here that we don't know about. Do I do this now, or do I need to go investigate or something? I guess I need to go investigate. February 9th, Inner Temple Gate. Finally getting to the bottom of this case. I can count on Iris to break those locks, so I should try to gather more clues. Mr. Bikini, Edgeworth, Gumshoe, and Pearls. Oh, now suddenly we care about Pearls? That's what you're telling me? Suddenly, now you care about where Pearls went? February 9th, Inner Temple Garden. Cops are still combing the place. They look pretty nervous. I'd be nervous too. It's gotta be a tough job. Especially with someone giving you the evil eye the whole time. Mutter, mutter. Could I have done that? Wow, can't believe it's still bothering him. Edgeworth? Ah! Hey, don't you dare run away. What do you want, Wright? What do I want? If you come here to laugh at me, then go on, get on with it. Go on, laugh away.
It's all coming together.
The problem is, Kronk, it is not all coming together. I was ready to hug it out with him, but he's just the same. Prideful Edgeworth. We went back to the Criminal Affairs Department, right? You said you wanted to look into something concerning Iris? Yes. And thanks to what I found, I was reminded of something terrible. Okay. The investigation. You guys are putting a lot of effort into this investigation of the garden here, huh? There's a high chance this is the actual scene of the crime. That's why. I mean, because of the writing in blood and the talisman in the snow? Exactly. As you know, those things couldn't have been planted here after the murder. But surely, you don't suspect Maya, do you? We have to treat everyone as a suspect, Maya as well as Iris. It's our job, right? Earthquake. So, I guess you still haven't gotten over your fear of earthquakes? No, though thankfully, my nightmares have stopped. But still, if the ground gives even the slightest tremor, I find myself short of breath. 17 years ago, we were little school kids at the same elementary school. Edgeworth found himself in the middle of a murder. It all started with that big earthquake that hit the courthouse. In these airtight elevators. Yes, I was stuck in the elevator with my father, who was a defense attorney. We were deprived of oxygen and we passed out. That's when it happened. That single gunshot shattered my whole life. I lost everything that day, all because of that earthquake. My dreams, my family, and myself. Been more than 17 years now. And that case was finally resolved 2 years ago, right? Think I don't know that? I was there, but it was such a shock. I never imagined I could be so wrong about myself and my life. I'm sorry, Wright. There's nothing else I can say. Not after you chose to become a lawyer for my sake. And not after you saved me. Edgeworth, you're stronger than you think, so no more of this self-pity, okay? Why are you thinking that and not saying that to his face that's right in front of you? There was something that bothered me about her from the moment we met. Felt like I'd seen her somewhere before. No, wait. Not somewhere. I felt like I'd seen her in court before. So you went back to the Criminal Affairs Department to look for her file? Yes. I checked over every case I'd ever worked on. And I was right. I had seen her face before, 6 years ago. 6 years ago. It was my first appearance in court. And as cases go, it was my worst nightmare. So, who is she? Sorry, Wright. I can't give that information away to a member of the general public. What? Why not? It might be the crucial piece of the puzzle that solves this case. The one I knew was the daughter of a jewelry store owner. She had nothing to do with Iris and Hazakura Temple. And neither did the case. No, that woman is completely unrelated to this murder. What? Unrelated? Yes, I can say that with complete confidence. You're wrong, Edgeworth. She's totally related to this case. I need to fill Edgeworth in. I need to explain the connection between Iris and the woman Edgeworth knew. Okay. The defendant, a nun from Hazakura Temple, doesn't seem to have a spiritual power. An old friend, said to be #1 at the DA's office, studies foreign judicial systems now. Maybe I don't have the information I need to do this yet. Why would he defend her in this moment, though? Is it gonna turn out, this has got to turn out she's a twin sister or something? Is that what they're going for? Because they said she had an older sister who she killed to cover up the fact that they faked the kidnapping and then faked her murder so that she could take the $2 million gem and have the $2 million. I mean, it's not like this is a good person. She murdered her own sister. She framed an innocent man with a low intelligence of a crime he really wasn't supposed to commit. He stole the diamond, or she stole the diamond. She tried to frame Phoenix for murder. That didn't work. And she also killed one of the people who worked in the police department, presumably Gordeau. They're acting like she's an innocent bystander in all this when she's actually a double murderer. Including one of whom was her own sister. Well, she's a triple murderer. Her own sister, her ex-boyfriend who she murdered, and whoever the police guy was in the precinct, presumably Godot. She's a triple murderer, and they're acting like she's an innocent bystander in all this. I don't get it. I don't get it. It's kind of surprised nobody tried to kill her. All of that. It's true. I don't get it. Like, I mean, after... I'm trying to think how this worked out. So after the one incident, she went into hiding for a few years. She came out of hiding for the trial. And then after that is when she tried to frame Phoenix for the murder. And then I don't know what she's been doing since that, since she was, I think she was convicted of murdering her boyfriend in that case and should be in jail. I don't know why she isn't. And that was 6 years ago or whatever he just said. I don't get it. They are playing fast and loose with the rules in this world, even more so than they already do. February 9th, Dusky Bridge. It's weird that there's no one around all of a sudden. Sure gets quiet up here in the mountains when you're all on your own. Speaking of alone, I guess I should go check on this shack just down this path. Maybe I'll find Larry there sulking again. Because that's what we need to worry about. We don't need to worry about the 9-year-old who was abandoned by themselves in the snow and might have witnessed a murder. Forget Pearls. Let's go talk to Larry, the complete idiot who is getting exactly what he deserves. I'm completely out of patience for the stupid of this module now. It's taking everything in my body to not just start cussing at it. February 9th, Heavenly Hall. Oh, thank God we found Pearl. Oh, thank Christ. Phoenix, I need you to now officially, like, I don't know, just pick her up and carry her everywhere so she can't get away anymore. Oh, Mr. Nick. Pearls, what are you doing here? Nothing. What about Mystic Maya? Is she alright? Well, we don't know yet. Oh, I see. Hey, what do you think you're doing here, Nick? Larry? This is the loser shack, where losers get together to lose themselves. This is what? Hey, we can find comfort in each other's failures, okay? You got a problem with that? Look, Mr. Nick, Mr. Lawrence did a picture of me. That's, great, Pearl. We're going to get firewood now. We'll be cooking some half-rotten potatoes over a miserable little campfire. So stay out of our way. I don't believe this. Why can't he try getting fired up over becoming a better man? No one believes a word I say anymore. This is me, Pearl. You didn't want to trust this kind of guy, okay? He'll only let you down. Oh, Mystic Maya. Or a handcuff? Yeah, you could handcuff her. That would probably look a little weird. Like, if you're carrying around a 9-year-old, it doesn't look that odd. But if you're handcuffed to one, then people start asking questions. I mean, there's a lot of police around, and they know who she is, so you probably won't get too many questions, but it's still going to look a little weird. Lawrence's sketch. Larry, is there something you want to tell me about this picture? I've got nothing to say to you, Nick. My life's here now, with Pearl. Two losers cooking potatoes together forevermore. What am I going to do with him? Alright then. What do you think about this picture, Pearls? I think it's really well drawn. I can't draw at all, so I think it's really amazing. See? Someone appreciates it. It's tough getting the flames to look like that, you know? It's supposed to be Sister Iris flying through the air, isn't it? Oh, I love it. It's like a dream. A wonderful fantasy. No. It wasn't a dream. She really flew, I'm telling you. Iris really flew that night. But, Mr. Lawrence... Sigh. Not you, too. Please don't look at me like that. Pearl. Don't look at me like I'm some kind of nutcase, I beg of you. Guess this picture really is a representation of what Larry thinks he saw. Okay, so I was half asleep when I was here that night. Again, he's upside down. But I was wide awake after the lightning struck. And I saw what I saw. It was exactly like I drew in the picture. It looks like I don't have any choice but to take this sketch at face value. Hey, what's with that look of doubt on your face? The night of the crime. Pearls? Yes, Mr. Nick? I've been meaning to ask you about the night of the murder. Where were you, and what exactly were you doing when it all happened? I was just, well, I'm just a kid, you know. I'm sure it doesn't really matter what I was doing, does it, Mr. Nick? Sorry, Pearls, but yes, it does. On the night of the murder, you were supposed to be in Miss DeMall's room reading a book together. But Miss DeMall was murdered, and you, Pearls, were at the inner temple. Because what exactly happened that night, Pearls? I'm really sorry, Mr. Nick. What is happening? I've been a bad girl. That's why I'm being punished. What? What are you talking about, Pearls? My spiritual power, it has disappeared. What? Her powers have disappeared. What? What do you mean your power has disappeared, Pearls? It's all over for me. A spiritual medium who can't channel spirits is like a painter who can't paint. Hey, what do you look at me for? Pearls, did you try to channel someone's spirit right here at the Hazakura Temple? Tried but failed, perhaps? Wah! Way to go, Nick. You made her cry. That was really cool of you. Wah! Just as I thought. I'm gonna have to break her psyche locks to get the truth out of her. Can I do that now, or do I need to, like... Let me go back to the temple. There's gotta be something else going on here. February 9th, Hakakura Temple, main gate. I wonder if Sister Bikini is back at the main hall yet. I haven't seen Gumshoe around for a while either. Maybe they're having a cup of tea together or somewhere. I bet Gumshoe is Sister Bikini's type. It's a weird thing to think, but alright. February 9th, Hazakura Temple, main hall. Well, what's the damage? How is the Sacred Cavern? It looks like it survived. We have a bigger problem now. I told Sister Bikini all about it. About the 5 locks that were stopping us from getting inside the Sacred Cavern. But who could have done that? Only people who know how to set those trick locks are those of the Koran tradition. We have Iris at the Sacred Cavern, trying her best to open them for us right now. Actually, there's something I've been meaning to talk with you about, Sister Bikini. Oh, yes, we were in the middle of a chat, weren't we? Yes, you were telling me how the Master of Crane disappeared 17 years ago? I don't know why Mystic Face suddenly appeared at this temple. It was about a week ago when Mystic Misty arrived. After she showed me the talisman that proved she was the Master, she said, "Someone is trying to destroy the Koran tradition's main family line. I'm here to put a stop to them." Someone was trying to destroy the main family line? There's only one heir to the title of Master at any time, and it's usually the eldest. That child became the new master of Quran and her daughter, the main family. All other mediums become branch family members with no hope of controlling the clan. That's why nothing has changed throughout the history of the clan. Branch families always have and always will plot to erase those of the main family line. Huh? Is the power of the master worth this much bloodshed? Okay. Quran channeling technique. You believe in the technique, don't you, Mr. Wright? You know its power is real? Yes, I do. It's been 2 years since I first met Maya. In that time, I've seen her channel the spirits of the dead plenty of times. During the Mass Star to Mass case, and during Maggie Bird's trial too. Thanks to Maya, Mia's always on hand to help me out when I need her the most. I love the only 2 references are ones from this same module, not the other dozens of times she's done that for him now. The Crane technique has made a huge difference to the world, you know. I mean, the ability to commune with the dead. That's true psychic power, you know. Members of the tradition have always been there, behind every important leader. Who wouldn't respect such a tremendous skill? I suppose so, but with all that power and influence, I kind of expected you to be really rich by now. Are you saying we're poor, Mr. Wright? Oh, you're very direct, aren't you? People don't believe in it anymore, you see. All because of one little mistake. A mistake? What mistake? It was 17 years ago. That's when everything came crashing down. All because of that incident. Oh, the HR2 incident or whatever? That incident. Is she talking about what I think she is? I'm sure the record still exists if you're interested. Locked up, of course. It was called the DL6 incident. That's the name of the file. The DL6 incident. I knew it. Why are we asking about this? We already know about it. The DL6 incident. I know it well. I handled a related case just 2 years ago. Huh? Ah, that's right. So it was you who was the defense attorney on that case. A murder that took place 17 years ago. It was the first time in the country's history the police ever used a spirit medium. The idea was to channel the victim's spirit to learn the identity of the murder. And the medium who performed the channeling was Misty Faye, Maya's mother. The Mystic Misty's channeling the name of a certain man surfaced. Armed with that as evidence, the investigators were spurred into action. But that man, he was found not guilty, wasn't he? That's right, he was. And that case remained a mystery. In other words, we failed. It was the first case the world had ever seen the Quran tradition openly involved in. It's all over the media. The public, the judiciary, the people of Quran Village. Everyone judged her. Everyone said Mystic Maya's powers were a sham. Then she just disappeared, vanished, while everyone still thought of her as a fraud. But I know the truth. Misty Faye's spirit channeling wasn't a sham at all. Of course it wasn't. And since you managed to reveal the truth, we're finally making a comeback. The Quran tradition is starting to recover at last. With a new master wielding the power of the clan. Does she mean Maya? Oh, family feud, okay. The spiritual power of the Quran channeling technique is in the blood. Maya's told me the exact same thing before. We, the women of the Fae clan, have always been spirit mediums, because the power to communicate with spirits flows strongly through us. According to Maya, only the women in the family can inherit that power. The main family's bloodline stems directly from Mystic Ame. With each new generation, only one daughter becomes the new master. The one who doesn't become branch families, right? That's right. It's always the cause of the tragedy. You know, Maya had a sister, too. An older sister named Mia? Oh yes, I've heard of her. What? You know about Mia? Of course. She became a lawyer in the hopes of discovering what happened to her mother. Lost her life. As a result. Do you know what Mystic Maya is rumored to have said? She said it wasn't only because of her mother that she became a lawyer. She also didn't want to fight with her sister over the leadership of the tradition. Really? Well, she saw what happened to her own mother, Mystic Misty, as she grew up. Yes, Mystic Maya got tired of seeing all the rivalry between her mom and her aunt. That's right, Mystic Faye had an elder sister, too. Misty, having superior powers, managed to usurp the Master's seat from her. Mystic Missy's sister is Mystic Morgan, as you probably know. Morgan Fay. Morgan? There's a name I know well. It was a year ago now at Maya's home, Coran Village. Oh yeah, that reminds me. Seeing this reminds me of something. Oh, I threw the bag away. Wait, is it still here or did they take the trash out? Oh, wait, here it is, Familiar to anybody? What she did was terrible. It was also she could make... Oop. What she did was terrible. It was also she could make her own daughter the next master. I suppose if you know about Mystic Morgan's daughter, then you must have already realized that Iris... Huh? Iris? What's Iris got to do with any of this? That Iris is Mystic Morgan's daughter. What? What? Iris is what? Is she kidding me? Iris is Morgan Fay's daughter? What? Did you just say that Iris is Morgan Fay's daughter? Oops, I thought you already knew. It sounded like you met one of Mystic Morgan's daughters already. I have. I know her very well. Oh? Yes, Pearls. Pearls Fay? But I always thought she was an only child. You jest. That child, she's Mystic Morgan's... I had no idea. Mystic Morgan... But she's in prison now, isn't she? Yes, ever since she was found to be a co-conspirator in a murder case last year. Oh, now you can really see their resemblance. It was also done to see... It was all done to set Pearls up as the next master. I see. So I've been wrong all this time. Mystic Morgan had 3 daughters, not 2. Wait, what? 3? Yes. Iris, her twin sister... What? No way. That is not possible. We know that's not possible. Because that would mean she had 4 daughters. Because in the trial, she killed her own sister. They proved that in court that they were sisters. That means that Morgan Fay would have had to have 4 daughters. Iris, Dahlia, Pearl, and the other sister. I don't remember what the other sister's name was. So this is actively false. They better address this. I got sound effect for candy bag and the module cheater. Oh, that's a good one. Okay, hit us with that. Lies. Yeah, this whole thing is lie. It's all lies. It's all complete garbage nonsense. Deja vu. What? Twin sisters? Oh, didn't you know? It all happened 20 years ago. After the clan leadership was taken from her by her sister, Mystic Morgan's life crumbled. It wasn't many years later that Coran's reputation hit an all-time low. When Mystic Morgan's husband realized his wife would never become the master, he left her and the village, taking their twin daughters with him. How awful. He was a jeweler, you know. And then he remarried, and that's when it happened. He decided to give one of his girls up to be looked after by us here at the temple. That was Iris, you see. It's unbelievable. If Iris has a twin sister... Could it be? Could you tell me one more thing, Sister Bikini? What was the name of Iris's sister? Sorry, Mr. Wright. I just can't remember. All I can recall is that her father was a jeweler. Oh, that's a clue, I guess. A jeweler? Thank you very much. There is no way. So I'm guessing that means that they were half sisters, and that the dad remarried, and then the cop sister that was murdered was in fact the step sister from the remarried mom, the stepmom. Is that what they're going with? Wow, just retconning it just constantly, huh? Thank you very much. You've helped clear up a lot of details. Pearl's had 2 older sisters, huh? Bruh. Yes, that's right. Yeah, bruh. It's nonsense. No doubt it was all because of Mystic Morgan's anger towards the main family. Anger? What do you mean? Her twin daughters were taken from her by her jeweler husband. But even that couldn't destroy her dream that a child of hers would one day lead the clan. That's why she had pearls. It seems that the incident here was a result of Mystic Morgan's anger. Was able to break free of the bars that confine her. So Iris has a twin sister. The plot thickens. But this information will be useless unless I can flesh it out a bit. I need to ask more questions and get more info. This is insanity. Alright, whatever. Yeah, this module's just gone completely off the rails. It's just making stuff up completely at its own convenience now. Whatever. I'm eating this candy. I don't care anymore. I need a minute. I just need a moment. I can't with this module right now. I was expecting some stupid stuff. I was not expecting twin sisters with lost knowledge. I guess Mystic Morgan having a random child, like, okay. It's just complete randomness. All right. These sour candies hit hard. I'm gonna say it again. I think Warheads are better just because there's at least something good about those. These just hit hard. Yeah, but that clown music is perfect for this whole situation. Older sister of Misty Faye, mother of Pearl and Iris, is in solitary confinement. Morgan Faye's daughter and Iris's twin sister. Her father deals in jewelry, apparently. You know this, Phoenix. You know this because of the, you know, the case you read about, where her and her apparently half sister framed an innocent man for kidnapping to get the diamond from their family that was worth $2 million, then faked her death, and then convinced the man to kill himself instead of turning testimony against her in court. Screen? Oh, thank you. But yeah, so we're bringing this up. SS13 honk? That is a very specific honk. But yeah, so now the aunt has been added to the register, and the mystic sister, who we don't know who it is, even though we should 100% know who this is. Okay, I don't even know where to go now. February 9th, Hazakura Temple Courtyard. Sounds like someone's happy. What tune is that they're humming? Hello, Gumshoe. No motive, no crime, no motive, no crime. Sing it with me, no motive, no crime. I remember when we used to search in the channeling room in Koran. Whoop, I love my job. Who cares if the clues I find are no good? That's not what investigating is all about. Investigators investigate for the love of investigating. It's a passion. Good cases we have, good cases we lost all along the way. Would have never guessed that Gumshoe was into reggae. Apparently that was in a reggae tune? I did not realize that. That's a fun joke. Every case is gonna be airtight. Every case is gonna be airtight. Yeah, apparently he's singing in reggae. I don't know why that's the case. Hey, pal. Huh? Who? Me? How long have you been there? I just got here. Oh, okay. So what are you up to, detective? I'm investigating, pal. I'm investigating, pal. I made a promise to Mr. Edgeworth. I promised I would find the real murder weapon. The real murder weapon? That barbed sword thing turned out to be a false lead, right? I'm giving it my best shot here, but I still haven't turned up any clues. I just found these weird scraps of paper. It looks like a letter or something. It doesn't seem to have anything to do with the case, though. A letter? Okay. Tell me about the investigation. So how's the investigation going, Detective Gumshoe? I don't know if I should be telling you, pal. But I guess that can't hurt. Looks like the murder took place in the inner temple garden. And they're taking the blood writing on the lantern pretty seriously back at HQ. What? You mean... I don't have the details, pal. All I know is if you don't find Maya down in that sacred cavern, we're gonna be faced with one ugly situation. What kind of ugly situation are we looking at here? You got me. I don't know. They're not my words, pal. And who said it? Mr. Godot? Godot? What did he mean by that? The letter. About the letter you found. Don't remind me, pal. I'm busting a gut here trying to find the murder weapon. And all I find is some burnt up old letter. As soon as you out of the bell, you must channel spirit. Leave everything up to her. Burn up old letter? Yeah, it was in that incinerator right outside the inner temple. The incinerator? I knew it. I knew I wasn't imagining it. There was snow on the incinerator when I first saw it. But after the incident, the snow had melted away. Which means someone used the incinerator on the night of the murder. What's up with you, pal? I've got it right here if you want to take a look. Can I? Do you mind? Sure, go nuts. I don't want it, pal. You can have it. It's all spirit mediums and masters and stuff. I bet it got no relation to the case. Spirit mediums? Burnt letter added to the court record. Found by Gumshoe in the inner temple incinerator. Gotta be important if it mentions spirits and spirit mediums and masters. You better give it a good looking over and some serious thought. Make sure you chuck it into the trash when you're done. Littering is a crime, pal. Murder weapon? So what do you know about the real murder weapon so far? Well, it wasn't the Shaito that was found impaled in the victim's body. Mr. Edgeworth proved that in court today. Yes, that's true. In which case, it must have been another blade. And that's what you're running around like a headless chicken looking for now, huh? Yeah, and man, is it tiring work. Let me tell you something, pal. I'm no chicken. We've got the feather of forensics in our cape these... Wait, what? We've got the feather of forensic in our cap these days. We're using the department's secret weapon on this. Secret weapon? What secret weapon? What's this secret weapon of yours? You want to know? You've got to think scientifically, okay? Alright. The murder weapon was a sword. Swords are, scientifically speaking, made of metal, right? Random words put together and it makes sense. Basically what he's talking about. Any questions so far? No. I know what he's going to say, but I'll let him look smart. I'm assuming this is the metal detector thing from back in the first module. So what's the perfect... There it is. What's the perfect tool for a job? Ta-da, a metal detector. Raise your hand if you didn't see this coming from a mile away. Well, you want to give scientific investigation a go? Huh? Me? I've been using this thing for hours now. It gets pretty boring after a while. Why don't you give it a try? I don't know. Did I help Detective Gumshoe out or not? Play forensics expert. Come on, pal. It's good fun, I'm telling you. Alright, then. I guess I'll give it a go. Like I said, this is the department's most advanced gadget. The absolute best. It's so sensitive you can make it cry. It's so high-tech you could skydive off of it. Oh, bother. So now I'm going to tell you how to use it. It's possible the real murder weapon's around here somewhere, right? Sure, that's what we were trying to find out. Right, so first let's turn the detector on. That's the sound of the metal detector signal bouncing off of something metallic. Next, move the detector around and give the courtyard a good looky-see, pal. Don't worry, this baby's gonna let you know when you've hit on something metallic. When that happens, press the enter button to give the area a good hard stare. This thing picks up metallic objects that are hidden from sight, too. Take a good look at anything and everything that seems suspicious. Okay, pal? I mean, this is my... This looks like a wallet? Aha! That's where it's been. Is it yours, detective? I'm always dropping it, so I put a bell on it. But you still dropped it anyway? Yeah, but I found it again, pal. Your wallet is completely empty. Well, I dropped it all the time, so I don't put money on it. Put money in it anymore. Then how come the metal detector picked it up? Must be because of the bell, I guess. What? Okay, what about this thing? Looks like there's something round buried in the ground here. Don't touch that, pal. Huh? What is it? It's a trap. People set them out to catch us detectives. They're real nasty. A trap for detectives? You mean like those fierce traps with sharp teeth that are supposed to snag your leg? Yeah, those. I got my finger caught in one of those once. Your finger? There was this bit of cheese and it looked so tasty I reached out and then BAM! I'm not sure I know how to respond to a story as stupidly pitiful as that. I guess that's a bear/mouse trap? This is the most staff, isn't it? Scientifically speaking, they're usually made of wood. The detector's reacting to it. Yeah, but however you look at it, that thing's made of wood, alright. I don't bother investigating anything unless it looks like it might be metallic. The whole point of a metal detector to find metal where you can't see it? It's weird that this thing is causing a racket. Here, let me take a look at it. Hey, hands off! Examining evidence is a job for the... Crack? Fuck. The top is coming off. Look what you've done. You've damaged a really important piece of evidence. Ah! Oh my god, it's a sword cane. That's a sword? Inside the staff? Could it be the murder weapon? It's very clean if it's the murder weapon. The murder weapon. I'd never have guessed there'd be a sword concealed in the victim's staff. They call this kind of thing a sword cane, pal. This one's a real gem. Workmanship is really something else. Thank goodness it wasn't a cane sword, or else the victims would have stabbed her own hand, or her own foot. A cane, oh my god, okay, whatever. I officially give up on trying to figure out how Gumshoe's mind works. The real scene of the crime was the inner temple garden. And why was the sword used to kill the victim found in the main hall courtyard? Hey Gumshoe, who knows about the hidden sword? No one. Even the police didn't know about this until I discovered it just now. Well, as they say, there's no team in Gumshoe. I guess suicide? I don't think that's where this is going. Like I said, this sword isn't bloody or anything. It doesn't look like there are any traces of blood on it. Huh? And I guess this isn't the murder weapon, huh? No. I'm sure someone just wiped it off after the murder. Huh? Yeah, of course. This thing's definitely the murder weapon. Great job, pal. It's about the same length as the Shikishumituto. 2. This must be the murder weapon. Okay, I'm gonna run over to the forensics. There's gotta be some traces of blood left, even if most of this has been wiped off. See you later, pal. Every case is gonna be airtight. Every case is gonna be alright. Hold it! Wait up, detective. Huh? What is it, pal? I'm a pretty busy guy right now, you know? You're going to get that staff analyzed, right? Would you mind holding off for just a while? Huh? What are you talking about, pal? Please. Just until we find Maya. Maya? What's this got to do with her? I don't know, but I'm starting to get a really bad feeling in the pit of my stomach. Oh, how so? Look, Maya's trapped inside the sacred cavern right now, and, well, we don't even know if she's okay or not. The more evidence and testimony I hear, the more uneasy I feel. You don't think... Maya's been... Please, detective, let's just say... Just wait until we can get inside the sacred cavern. You're looking kind of viridian there. He left the wallet... Yeah, he left his wallet on the ground because he loses it all the time, because, yeah. Okay, just stop it with the face, pal. One thing, though. This staff's a secret trick. Let's keep it between you and me, alright? If it gets out that we know about it and didn't say anything, we're finished. I understand. This is just a regular, run-of-the-mill staff, you got it? Okay, now. You take good care of it, pal. Thank you, detective. Don't worry. She'll be fine. Gumshoe? You know, there's a place at the base of this mountain that has some really good pasta. How about I take you there when you find Maya, huh, pal? Sure, thanks. Victim staff received from Detective Gumshoe for safekeeping. Has a sword hidden inside. No one knows this except me and Detective Gumshoe. I can't help but wonder, though. What was Elise Damon doing with a staff like this in the first place? It's a great question. Also, if he doesn't have any money, how is he going to pay for pasta? Is this one of the things he's going to take us there and expect us to pay for him? That seems like a thing he would do. Oh yeah, I wanted to look at this. Be careful. Once night falls, should be there. As soon as you hear the lights out bell, you must channel her spirit. Leave everything up to her. Her name is something. She is our, I guess, ally? The Hole. The Hole? Here's a picture of her. Use it when you channel her. I know you can do it. Once this is burn the... Also tell anyone about this letter. Gravely roast the master in the fires of Hades and bring our vengeance to fruition. Clown car drip. It's a whole style of living, right? This clown car. I would like to see that, actually. It's a little ICP-ish, a little Insane Clown Posse style with the clownness, but I guess if you're down with the clown. Gravely roast the master in the fires of Hades and bring our vengeance to fruition. Are you telling me Pearl is following the directions given to her by her aunt to try to kill Mystic Misty? Must channel her spirit, leave everything up to her. This is so weird. Do you know anything about this? I was wondering about this. Let me see. Well, as you may know, in order to see reality for what it truly is, you must strive to break... Oh my god. Okay, apparently you don't care about something that is incredibly important to you. Got it. Okay. Suspension bridge. Okay, nothing's happening. Hopefully with this we can do something with Pearl and break her psyche locks. February 9th, Heavenly Hall. I'm expecting Larry and Pearls to be here. I guess they must have gone to collect firewood? So those I'll have to check back later. Okay. Or not. I guess I go back across the bridge. Nothing going on here, huh? There's something strange about this incinerator. I'm sure there was snow on it the first time I saw it, and the doors open. It's been burning something, that's for sure. It's a shame there isn't a trace of what it was left inside. Okay. Okay, I can just double check these again. Okay. Okay, so we go into the training hall and see if progress has been made. Night of the crime. On the night of the murder, you were spotted in 2 different relevant locations in Hakura and Temple Courtyard and in the training hall at the Inner Temple. And you claim that you were in your room the entire time. Sorry, Iris, but I don't buy your story. It's time you told me the truth. Sorry, Mr. Wright. Truthfully, there's one other thing that's been bothering me. If I can just break these psyche locks, I might be able to answer that question as well. Alright, we need to try this and see if we've got enough evidence now. I guess the instructions could have been for her, even though she supposedly doesn't have powers. Wait, what? Oh, that's right. I forgot I gotta present it here. The night of the crime. I think it's time you told the truth about what you were doing on that night. You said you were in your room in Hazakura Temple the entire time. Do you still claim that to be the truth? Yes, that's where I was. Iris, I believe you're innocent. That's why I want to believe what you're telling me, too. But I can't. Because this person saw you somewhere else on the night of the murder. So, that's gotta be... Bikini.
Take that!
I'm talking about Sister Bikini, of course. Sister Bikini. Her testimony in court today was very clear. That night, I was helping an acolyte with her training in the Inner Temple, but, well, as you can see, my back likes to act up violently. So I left Iris to help the acolyte, and I returned to the Hazakura Temple. Sister Bikini didn't just see you, she spoke with you. You talked about Maya's training that night. So you see, Iris, you were there at the Inner Temple on the night of the murder. That's very impressive, Mr. Wright. The acolyte's actual training was due to start after 10 o'clock that night. I left the main hall early so I wouldn't be late. What time was that? Let me see. It takes about 20 minutes to walk between the main hall and the Inner Temple. So I would have left at about 9:40 p.m., I think? I'm sorry, Iris, but lying doesn't suit you. Huh? Now you say you left the main hall at 9:40 p.m., but what you don't... What you do... Wait, what you say doesn't add up with this. That's a thing. Early pupil. I guess the photo... Taking that night from the main... There's the testimony.
Words.
Yeah. Okay, so there's 2 things here. Her own testimony that she rang the lights out bell at 10 p.m. Or the photo that shows that she was on the snowmobile. I don't know which one it is. It might be both of them. I'm not sure. We'll start with Iris's testimony and then we'll go to this.
Take that!
You yourself testified to the contrary. Don't you remember? You said you rang the lights out bell at 10 o'clock that night. Plus, only moments before you rang that bell, you were seen at the main hall by the most reliable witness I have. Who's that? Me. Mr. Wright? We even spoke a little that evening? That's when you gave me this? Oh God, tell me the twin sister broke out of jail and is here, and there's her twin is running around pretending to be her. Tell me it's gonna go full soap opera. That's when you gave me this. Surely you haven't forgotten. No, that's right. I remember. And that brings us to another puzzling fact, Iris. That at 10 o'clock the night of the murder, you were seen in 2 different places at the same time. She has a twin sister. Maximum soap opera? Yeah, extreme stereotypical soap opera. She was seen at 2 places at the same time because her twin sister is also running around pretending to be her in this situation. It's insanity. Soap opera bar? That's not what I would have called that, but okay, interesting. You were seen in 2 places, 2 different places at the same time. That's better. That's what we need right there. SpongeBob drama? Okay, fair. You were seen in 2 different places at the same time. It's time you told me exactly what's been going on, Iris. So far, I managed to prove 2 things. First, on the night of the incident, you were at the Inner Temple. And second, at the exact same time, you were ringing the bell at Hazakura Temple. There's only one possible explanation for this apparent impossibility. There were 2 of you. On the night of the incident, you were seen in 2 different places at the same time. Which means there must have been 2 of you. I can't think of any other explanation, Iris. But that's crazy. How could that be? There's only 1 of me. It's impossible. Impossible? I wonder. The way you're trembling certainly seems to suggest otherwise. Gulp. You're seriously trying to suggest there's more than 1 of me? That's some serious opera right there. You suggest there's more than 1 of me? Then show me the evidence. Show me something that proves there is more than 1 of me. Okay, I can do that. Morgan Faye's daughter and Iris's twin sister. Her father deals in jewelry, apparently. Huh? Or Mr. Wright? When you said there was another me, I was kind of expecting someone who looked like me, you know? I guess. What? In that case, are you saying that I look like this person? Your twin sister? Yes! Well, I can't say with 100% certainty, but can you show me something you're 100% certain about then? What? I really need to get to the bottom of this. Iris is determined to hide something from me. I can't drag it out here unless I can show her some irrefutable evidence. I'm sorry, Mr. Wright. I don't mean to be uncooperative, but you're seriously trying to suggest there's more than 1 of me? Then show me the evidence. Show me something that proves there is more than 1 of me. What? What? The existence of your twin sister proves there's another one of you. What are you talking about? I don't know how she's not in prison, but it proves it. I don't know then. I guess I don't have the correct answer for this. I don't know. The murder pic? Oh, I guess? That doesn't really show anything, though. I'm here by the only people. Show me something that proves there's more than 1 of me. And that night, from Main Gate to Dusky Bridge, the courtyard where Elise DeMond was murdered. Because I mean, this doesn't show that there's a second picture, unless it's this, and the sister was using the snowmobile. Show me something that proves there is more than 1 of me. This? I guess there was another me. What? Burning drawing pic? Oh, maybe. I guess that would make sense. This? No, it's not that either. I guess I don't have the evidence to prove this. I thought for sure the fact that we know she has a twin sister would prove that there's someone else who looks like her. But apparently that's not what the module wants. Bruh, then what then? I have no idea. We're apparently missing some piece of evidence. I don't know what it is. I don't understand. I don't think I have enough evidence yet. I should investigate and gather some more clues before I try again. Like, what? Talk with burned out guy? I can't. They won't. He's gone. He left to go find firewood. So I can't talk to him until he gets back. Is there something going on in the garden? Do you care about this? Hey, Edgeworth. Did you know that Iris had a twin sister? What? A twin? You can't be serious. Sister Bikini told me, but the problem is she didn't know the name of this twin. There was nothing about Iris having a sister in the files I checked. Well, Iris was taken in by the temple when she was really young. Apparently her sister was raised by her father, a jeweler, I think? A jeweler? Right, I just might know who this twin sister of hers is. I had a feeling you'd say that. Let me guess. Dahlia Hawthorne. Her name is Dahlia Hawthorne, right? Yes, exactly. I checked the wiki or the walkthrough rather. Knew it. Yeah, apparently I needed to talk to him, and then he'll confirm that she has a sister, and then I can confront her. Oh my god. Yes, exactly. Please tell me what you know about her, Edgeworth. Please? Okay. Dahlia Hawthorne. It's my first court case. That something pulled out of my butt? Yeah. Yep, okay. So it's just, I need him to confirm it, and then I can confront her. Okay, sure. It was my first court case 6 years ago. I was a greenhorn, and due to my inexperience, the defendant died. You're talking about Terry Fallis, right? Huh? You know about that case? You're not the only one who noticed something about Iris and Dahlia Hawthorne. I checked one of Maya's old files from 6 years ago. Yes, Dahlia was a key witness in that case. Dahlia and Terry Fallis conspired together to stage a fake kidnapping 11 years ago. They stole a jewel worth $2 million from Dahlia's father, a jeweler. It's not how it was described in the moment, but sure. And 5 years after that, she murdered her own sister, Valerie Hawthorne, to keep her from talking. Her sister? Well, her stepsister, actually. They weren't blood related. So this module it's just doing whatever it wants. It just wants to, it's just lying to us. Alright. Valerie was the only daughter of Dahlia's father's second wife. Oh. And this is when she entered my life. The woman who tried to kill me. So after Terry Fallis died, what happened to Dahlia? Did you check that out? Does it really matter? Like I said, Dahlia isn't connected with this case. Why are you so sure about that? It's simple. Dahlia Hawthorne is dead. What? What? Well, her metabolic processes are a matter of interest only to historians, so to speak. What do you mean by Dahlia Hawthorne is dead, Edgeworth? Right. I must confess that in reading her file, I came to know of the murder case you were involved in during your college years. Okay, that doesn't matter. Who cares? Hawthorne was found guilty, thanks to the persistence of Mia Fey. Nerd. Mia Fey. At the time, Dahlia, it's like she was possessed by a demon or something. It's been almost 5 years since that guilty verdict was handed down, and her sentence was finally carried out. She was executed last month. Oh, executed? I'm sure that's a bit of a shock for you, right? For many reasons, for more reasons than one. But do you understand now? She cannot possibly be connected with this case. She's dead, and once someone is dead, there is no way to revive them. There's no way to revive the dead? I wonder. Seems you're not aware of one other connection yet, Edgeworth. And what is that? It's about Iris and Dahlia Hawthorne's mother. What's their mother got to do with any of this? She's Morgan Fey, a spiritual medium from a branch family of the Korean channeling technique. Did you say Korean channeling technique? Do you know something about it? Oh, yes. I know it's connected with a fraudulent spirit medium. Fraudulent? I was involved in another nightmare 17 years ago. Oh my god, okay. I was caught up in the middle of a murder investigation. The police didn't have any leads. They were stumped, and that's when they called her in. She was a very famous spirit medium and the master of her channeling school. But you know what happened? As a result of her efforts, an innocent man was accused of murder. She and her powers, they were all fraudulent. Edgeworth. Go to the police records room. It's all in there. All you have to do is check the DL6 incident case file and you'll know. Of course. How could I forget? Edgeworth was the victim in that case. Edgeworth, you'll understand someday. And then you'll see that the current channeling technique is real. Wait, he said that out loud. That wasn't a thought. He said that out loud. Okay, do I now know that the sister is real? Okay, now I know the sister is real. Oh my god, what a... Okay. All of that just to add pointless drama. Got it. Alright, I have returned to once again interrogate you with magic. Also, I love that he says magic isn't real when he's actively had a magic item that let him do magic things. Don't forget, we played as him for the first part of this case where he had the magic Magatama and used it. The night of the crime. Okay. We're in the temple. Some claim, yes, it was. I believe you because the person you saw the murder was Bikini. Mr. Bikini, your testimony. Yeah, I know. We did this. Mr. Bikini. Okay. Moving along. But with this, your own testimony. Not the weather data. Iris's testimony. Yourself testified to the contrary, don't you remember? You said you rang the lights out bell at 10 o'clock that night. Plus, only moments before you rang that bell, you were seen at the... Yeah, we already know this. No, that's not right. Okay. So the only one possible explanation, there were two of you. At night, which means... that's crazy. How's that possible?
I got a jar of that. I got a jar of that.
Reminds me of Kaiba being like, magic isn't real, when he literally had it shoved in his face. Yeah. I got a jar of dirt. I mean, I guess that protects him from the magic a little bit. And show me the evidence. Show me that something that proves there is more than one of me. Your twin sister. I have a firm grasp of the situation now, Iris. You have a sister, don't you? A twin sister, perhaps? That's right. Dahlia Hawthorne. A woman I only knew too well. I had no idea you knew of her. Very impressive, Mr. Wright. But she's no longer... Yes, I know. Her sentence was carried out recently, wasn't it? I'm sorry. Thank you. There's no need to explain now, is there, Iris? The second you, who was here at the temple on the night of the murder, it was your twin sister, Dahlia Hawthorne. But you just said it yourself a second ago. My sister's dead. Have you forgotten that? Have you forgotten this, Iris? This is a channeling dojo, a training ground of the Quran channeling technique. That night, someone channeled Dahlia's spirit, and you knew about it. And that's the secret you've been trying to hide from me. Unlock successful. Almost got all of our energy back. The night of the crime. I was in my room, the main hall, that night. As soon as I heard that I'd been spotted at the inner temple, I knew. I knew it was my sister. Dahlia, the other half of me who passed away last month. This is I suspected. The Iris that Sister Bikini saw at the inner temple on the night of the murder. It was Dahlia Hawthorne. Why didn't you tell me this before? Because my sister always does the right thing. What? Excuse me? Yeah, excuse me, what? And because I mustn't get in the way of what she's trying to do. I already betrayed her once before. I can't do it again. You betrayed her? What do you mean? That's why I have to accept I may be found guilty. It's the only way. What is she talking about? She's got to be talking about Pearls? Because Pearls is technically her sister? That's got to be what she's talking about. It's got to be Pearls. Betrayal. You know about it, don't you, Mr. Wright? About the fake kidnapping that took place here on the Eagle Mountain 11 years ago? Bean footage? We're not rolling the beautiful bean footage right now. Not yet, anyway. That was the start of it all. It's what started her down that twisted path. What? She started to commit crime after crime, and in the end, she lost her life. The emoji didn't work. It's all because I betrayed her. How did you betray her, Iris? It was no coincidence that Eagle Mountain is where the exchange was to take place. After all, I helped plan the whole thing. What? I got scared, so I ran away. What are you talking about? Why would you help her? Stealing $2 million from your own father? That's awful. But I promised that I'd help. And she didn't do it for the money. Huh? It was revenge on our father. Revenge. What? Accomplice, get her! Phoenix tackles her. No, he's only good at taking down doors. He's terrible at anything else that requires physical action. The only thing we know canonically he's good at is fighting doors. I don't know why this is the case, but he is apparently a legendarily good door fighter. We have it canonically in this in the modules that he is really good at breaking down doors. He's broken down doors that were designed to not be broken down with his bare hands. That's the only thing he's good at. Revenge. What do you mean by revenge? He was a hideous man. He threw our mother away and then sent her to heck. Her mother? She must be talking about Morgan Fay? Our mother was the eldest daughter of the main branch of the Fay family.
I don't want any more bullshit anytime during the day. From anyone. That includes me.
That is a really random clip. But yeah. Phoenix Mind with this sound effect. Yeah. The main family had a lot of influence in many businesses and political circles at the time. As the eldest daughter, our mother was set to inherit all of that as the next master. That's the reason our father married our mother in the first place, for power. But his plan backfired, because our mother's sister took it all from her. She took over as the master of Quran. That would be Misty Fay, Maya's mother. But before long, the credibility of the Quran tradition hit rock bottom. The new master, Misty Fay, made a terrible mistake. It was during the investigation of the DL6 incident. After that happened, our father took me and my twin sister away, leaving our mother and our home behind. He hated the place. He said it was a hick dive and that he had no reason to stay there. And that's when you came here to Hazakura Temple? Yes. The woman my father took as his next wife already had a daughter, Valerie. I had no place in his new family, you see. Oh. And I haven't seen my mother once since then. Having the master's seat stolen from her and being rejected by her own family, I've heard she's been very battered, spiritually and emotionally. I think I'm finally beginning to see how the pieces fit together. I've asked her everything I can in my capacity as a prosecutor. This incident, everything related to it goes back to the history of the Fae clan. That's what it looks like. Iris, there's just one more thing I want you to tell me. What is it? During the incident in which your sister, Dahlia Hawthorne, poisoned a lawyer, she began a relationship with a certain college student in order to hide the evidence. That college student, have you heard anything about him? Well, I did hear one thing. She said she hated his guts. I see. Thank you for your help. You're welcome. Hurry up, Phoenix Wright. There is still much to investigate. Leave these locks to me. I'll open them for you, I promise. Thank you. I suppose I better continue my investigation. There's still one giant secret left to unlock. Pearl's psyche lock. Alright. Let's go see if Pearls is back from getting firewood. Down to Heavenly Hall. February 9th, Heavenly Hall. Look at that. They really did make a fire right in the front of the shack. Oh, Mr. Nick. Ah, you're too late, Nick. You came here for one of our potatoes. We've already polished them all off. I think I'm pretty much got all the evidence I need. Now I just need to find out what Pearls is hiding. Well, Pearls, it's come down to this. You channeled the spirit of your dead half-sister and she used your body to murder your aunt. Apparently. This is a real odd case. The night of the crime. After dinner on the night of the murder, you were supposed to be in Elsa Damu's room reading a book together, correct? AKA Misty Faye, your aunt. Yes, I was so happy when she invited me, but I didn't go in the end. You didn't go? No. There was somewhere else I had to go instead. I was so worried, I had to go. I didn't know what to do with myself. I was so nervous. So I wasn't wrong that the kid murdered that quote-unquote hag. I mean, I wouldn't call her a hag. She seemed like a nice enough old lady, but... Well, older lady, but... Apparently, yeah, the kid could have murdered her while channeling the spirit of her dead half-sister. I mean, I don't know who you put on trial for that. I guess technically it would be her, but she's also 9, so I don't know what kind of justice system Japan America here would have for a 9-year-old. I didn't know what to do with myself. I was so nervous. So Pearls never went to Miss DeMau's room because she was too worried about something or someone else. Pearls. On the night of the murder, you went to this place, didn't you? Well, she went to the inner temple.
Take that!
You went here, didn't you, Pearls? Looks like she's still not going to open up to me. This is where you went because you were so worried, right? And the next question is, who or what were you so worried about? Now, I'm going to take a guess, and you can tell me if I'm right or wrong, okay? You mean you know? If I'm right, will you tell me the whole truth? Okay. You went to this place for one very simple reason, and that is this. You were instructed to, I guess?
Take that!
Well, Pearls, this is what you were worrying about, right? There's something I'm worrying about right now, actually. What's that? You, Mr. Nick, your face has turned really a strange color. Huh? You shouldn't work so hard, you know? You need to take a break once in a while. Being chided by a 9-year-old, how embarrassing. There's really only one Pearls could have worried about that night. I've been worried about her. There's no one else it could be. Some sheets to make up a bed for you. No, it's okay. I'll die of pneumonia if I nap in a drafty little shack like this. I guess I'm going to have to think this through one more time from the very beginning. I never went to Miss her room because she was too worried about something or someone else. Oh, okay, so I guess it's just Maya then. Or Mia. You went to the night of the temple. You went to the inner temple. Girls, yeah. Who or what were you so worried about? Now, when I take a guess... Here you go. You went to this place, and that is... I mean, you went to this place for one very simple reason, and that is... It's gotta be Maya if it's not the instructions. It's obvious what you were so worried about, Pearls. It was Maya, wasn't it? You know that training Maya was undertaking was dangerous. After all, it was the special course. I signed up for your special course. Well, my. Quite brave of you, considering how cold it is. Young people can be so reckless with their health. Don't blame me if you become one with your channel. But those you channel, waha ho ho. Sister Bikini scared you with what she said, didn't she? And because it was you who introduced Azakura Temple to Maya in the first place, you felt responsible, didn't you? Well, Pearls, it's a life sentence for you. Trial on a ghost? I mean, if that's what the ending of this is, I'm totally fine with it. They've done plenty of other stupid, like, magical stuff. Why can't we put a ghost on trial? We'll kill the ghost again. We'll just keep killing the ghost until it's dead forever. I don't know what that means, but we'll try it. Thinking about what could happen to Mystic Maya made me more and more worried. I couldn't sit still at all. That's why I decided to go and find out how she was doing at the Inner Temple. Then we're clear now that you went to the Inner Temple that night, Pearls. What's not clear is what happened after that. No, about what time was it when you headed over to the Inner Temple? It was probably around 9:30 when I left the main hall. I heard the real training was supposed to start at 10. I wanted to get there before it started. But there was so much snow, so I didn't get there until after 10 o'clock. Until after 10? How did you know what time it was? Because I heard the bell ringing for lights out. She heard the lights out bell? The Hazakura Temple bell is pretty small though, isn't it? You must have really good hearing. I was really trying to pick up on the sound of that bell, that's all. I didn't want to miss it. That would be terrible. She was trying to hear the bell? Tell me, Pearls. Why were you so worried about hearing that bell? Huh? Oh, I think I know why. The reason you were so worried about the bells was because of this. Okay, this has got to be the letter, right? Because it mentions in here, as soon as you hear the lights out bell, you must channel her spirit. Leave everything up to her. Ice the Unknown Ranger, welcome. We are deep into this investigation that involves way too much ghosts and nonsense and retconning. So it's got to be this, right? Okay, yes. You were given some instructions to follow for that night, weren't you? I presume you recognize these pieces of paper? Where did you... In the incinerator at the Inner Temple. Pearls. You were following the instructions in this letter that night, weren't you? That's why you couldn't afford to miss the sound of the lights out bell? I'm speechless, Mr. Nick. You're amazing. These instructions that were found in the incinerator, I believe they were written for you, Pearls? For me, no. As you can see, a large portion has been burnt. The last section is still fairly legible. As soon as you hear the lights out bell, you must channel her spirit. Who was it, Pearls? Whose spirit were you supposed to be channeling? Taking into account the author of the note and the purpose for writing it, whose spirit would Pearls have been trying to channel? Don't overthink it, Phoenix. It's pretty obvious who Pearls was supposed to channel. The person you were trying to channel that night, Pearls, was... I assume this is Dahlia. How you doing, Ice the Unknown Ranger? We are really trying to just wrap our head around this nonsense. It's gone full soap opera. There's literally twins now. There's literally twins. Surprise twin. It was Dahlia Hawthorne, wasn't it? That was the name that was in the letter? It's just as I suspected. It wasn't Iris whose sister Bikini met at the Inner Temple that night. It was Dahlia Hawthorne. Where did she get the headdress from? I'm okay. Playing through Disco Elysium. Oh, that's a good one. I've heard lots of good things, and I've watched some of it. Little chunks here or there. It's a pretty interesting one. We might get to it at some point. But as long as it is, it's definitely going to be an in-betweener module. It is not a short thing. It's very long. Do you know anything about her, Pearls? Do you know what kind of a woman Dahlia Hawthorne was? No? I've never heard of anyone by that name before reading those instructions. I thought so. Pearls doesn't have a clue. Nice. I need to try that one sometime. Yeah, I mean, there's not really any combat in it. It's all like social interactions and a little bit of puzzle solving and stuff. It's really interesting. Yeah, I'm only 25 hours in and only on day 2. Okay. I mean, I know there's yeah, that sounds about right. There's a bajillion things to do in that module. I thought so. Pearls doesn't have a clue. She doesn't know that Dahlia is her sister. About the instructions in the letter I found, Pearls. Who wrote them? Whoever was asked you to channel the spirit of someone you've never heard of. You must have quite a lot of respect for them. After all, you followed their instructions without question. So here's my next question. Who wrote this set of instructions for you to follow? Oh, it's gotta be Mom, right?
Take that!
Pearls, I have to wonder about something. You didn't have any idea what those instructions meant, did you? But But you followed them to the letter regardless. Why? Because it was your mother who asked you. That's why. How did you... I figured it out. The person who wrote you this letter was your own mother, Morgan Fay. Alright, Pearls. It's time you started telling me the truth. Mr. Nick, Why is she holding back from me? I don't like this. Don't underestimate me, just because I'm a child. Huh? If you're trying to say I follow those instructions, I'd like to see some proof. What? Because I don't think you have any. She'd say anything rather than admit to carrying out those instructions. I also have to produce some more evidence then. One more thing should do us. Alright, Pearls. We both know someone carried out these instructions on the night of the murder. But you're right. There's no evidence that proves it was you. I knew it. However, I do know that whoever did it was a child. Huh? How do you know that? It couldn't have been an adult. No adult would have made a simple mistake like that. A simple mistake? What do you mean by that? I'm sure you thought you were carefully following the instructions you'd been given. But you misunderstood some of the words, and this is the evidence that proves it. Clear the lights out while you leave everything to her. She is our ally. Behold. Here's a picture of her. Use it when you channel her. I know you can do it. Once this is burned, also make... Not to tell anyone about this. Also, I mean, you can kind of see words there, but that doesn't look like sure. Gravely roast the master in the... Oh, in the fires of Hades and bring our vengeance to fruition. Gravely? Instead of... So she thought it was gravy, not gravely. So she threw gravy on the picture of the master inside of the temple. Oh yes, misunderstanding words totally isn't a thing adults do. I have never misunderstood a word in the last 25 seconds. I have scientific proof that in the last 25 seconds, I have not misunderstood a word. I've actually put together someone else's misunderstanding of the word gravely. Yep, in Japanese it makes more sense as she can't read kanji yet. Oh, is that the difference? Okay. Yeah, and this they just say she's not good at spelling because she doesn't have a lot of schooling because of the weird little town she came from, the little Koran village. So she misunderstood gravely for...
Words are hard.
They are super hard. Gravely for gravely with like gravy. Alright, so how do I present this? You misunderstood some of the words, and this is the evidence that proves it. This.
Take that!
It was you who splattered gravy on this hanging scroll, wasn't it? What? Why would I do something like that? Do you remember what was written in that letter? Gravely roast the master in the fires of Hades and bring our vengeance to the fruition? Yeah, that one was difficult to localize, it seems. Yeah, just a little bit. I mean, they just had to say she was unfortunately uneducated as opposed to not understanding kanji. The problem with English is that there's not two forms of it, so you can't really translate that directly. Whereas the Japanese, obviously, you have kanji, and then you have the other one that's like simple, more on par with how other places do it with like simpler letter combinations. So, yeah, you can't really localize that. That doesn't make any sense in English. But you didn't know how to read the words gravely and roast, among others, right? Come back with coffee and food? Oh. I mean, food sounds good. I don't drink coffee, though. You have 3 alphabets, actually? What do you mean? Oh, you mean in Japanese? Yes, you mean in Japanese. Okay, kanji, katakana, and hiragana. Oh. Also, English has tone. Yeah. I mean, English is a very silly language. It's full of contradictions. It's just a terrible language. At this point, I think we should all just switch to Esperanto. I think we should all just go to Esperanto and everyone just learns Esperanto. We can study ancient languages to keep the beauty of the language, because, I mean, lots of languages have beautiful stuff in them. But I think the world should just switch to Esperanto and call it even. Just even it all out. Like, if you know French, but also you need to learn Esperanto. Well, English is very simple to learn. Really? You think so? Okay. I guess the hard part about English is all the, what do they call those? Like the slang terms and the metaphors. The metaphor part of English seems like the hard part to me. Because, I mean, I speak English fluently, and some people come up with metaphors that I don't understand. And some of the metaphor, and I guess the other problem is with the internet constantly adding new and different metaphors, it can be really hard to keep up with what people are talking about. Slang term, huh? Yeah, slang. Like saying a lowrider, but yeah, if I went out for a ride in my lowrider, you'd be like, what does that mean? And in reality, a lowrider is just a car that's been lowered down to the ground. So if you don't know what they mean by lowrider, even because that's a metaphor for a low riding car, what is the translation, you know? English is just full of stuff like that. I've heard that's why it's actually not too hard to learn Spanish, like at least Mexican Spanish. Just ignore modern slang. That's totally viable as far as I'm concerned. But I've heard that's part of the reason why I guess learning Spanish can actually be pretty easy, is because they don't have a lot of metaphors. Most of their stuff is very direct. They have very few metaphors for slang for things. They almost are always specific to the thing they're talking about. Don't forget dialect too. Oh yeah, I mean but I mean everyone's got dialects. I mean you can have, especially even in like like in Europe, there's different dialects of Spanish spoken in Spain, right? So dialects is a whole different problem. Yeah, that's a whole different problem. Yeah, soda and the pop has same meaning. Yes, that's another great example. Yes, soda and pop have the same meaning in different parts of the U.S. So if you're from like this part of the U.S., you would say soda. But if you were from like the South, like, you know, Louisiana, you would probably say pop. In some places you would say soda pop. Some places you just say Coke. So yeah, that's one of those ones exactly. That's a perfect example. Korean is supposed to be very easy to learn, at least written. If I remember correctly, a few centuries back, the Korean king basically standardized the written language to be easy enough for most people to learn. Oh, that's interesting. I think I've heard that before, actually, yeah. Because I think if I remember right, plus some places soda can mean baking soda. Yeah, that's true too. It's one of those things. It's one of the well-known regional differences in the U.S. But yeah, with the Korean thing, I've heard that before because apparently the way they do it is whenever something new is invented, they don't translate that word into Korean. They just write it as the language it was invented in. So Korean has a lot of like English in it now because of so many things that have been brought over from America. So they will completely like write out something in Korean and then just put Ford pickup truck in it or Ford car or whatever because there's why bother translating it. I've heard that before. In fact, I know where I know that from. I watched a show from South Korea, Busted, and that was one of the things they kind of mentioned or like came up while I was watching that show, is they had a lot of English in some of their writing, and me and back before I had free time, so we ended up looking up why that was the case, that there was so much English integrated into their language, and it was because they don't translate those words into Korean. They just leave them in their native language and just bring that into the Korean, which I thought was actually a really interesting idea. But yeah, language is totally bonkers. But you didn't know how to read the words gravely and roast, among other things, right? How did you know that? Remember the conversation you had with Miss Demal on the night of the murder? Well, what about North Korea? Well, I mean, let's just say there's not a lot of public information about what's going on in North Korea. North Korea is a little bit of a different situation than South Korea. We'll say North Korea is a very special instance of being different. Let's say that. How about that? I have no love for North Korea, but I'm not gonna sit here and just start throwing weird insults at people. There's probably lots of very nice people up there who are living in horrible, squalid conditions against their own will because of just unfortunate luck. So, perhaps we can read some books together. Really? I'd love to. I'm not very good at reading. Haha. Well then, would you like to practice reading with me? Miss Elise, so for example, how do you read this? It says gravely. That's kind of a tough word. Sure, Mr. Moon taught you how to read gravely and roast, but what she didn't teach you is what they meant. Gravely sounded like gravy to me, and the only roast I could think of was the food. And that's why you did it. That's why you covered the picture of the master in gravy from that night of that night's pot roast. To be honest, I did think it was a bit strange. I guess I really did get the wrong idea. Just a tiny bit. I really am useless. Can't even burn the letter properly as my mother had asked of me. Such a simple thing, and I couldn't even do it right. Wow. Her aunt is just an absolute monster. I guess that explains where Dahlia gets it from. I don't know how Iris got away without it, but night of the crime. After dinner that night, I did go to the inner temple with a pot full of leftover gravy. Gravy? I saw the picture on the hanging scroll near the sacred cavern. I was sure it was the Master of Crane, like it said in the letter. I see, and then? Well, it was already way past 10 when I got there because of all the snow. So I went to the inner temple guest area. The guest area? Yes, I thought I could wait there until the training was over. Why didn't you just go to the training hall? Because Mystic Maya's main training had already started and I couldn't interrupt it. So I just stayed where I was and prayed for her to get through it. But then Pearls, did you fall asleep? I'm sorry, I didn't mean to. I just couldn't help it. Hey, don't worry about it, Pearls. Who cares if you fell asleep? I fall asleep waiting for Iris, too. It happens. Anyway, then you found yourself trapped at the inner temple? Yes. When I woke up, it was morning. I tried not to cry, but Dusky Bridge wasn't there anymore, and there was no one in the training hall. I thought everyone had left me because I overslept. I threw the letter into the incinerator, then I heated up the leftover gravy, and I let out some steam by chucking the gravy onto the scroll while you cried. It must have been pretty scary for you, Pearl. I know what it's like. Nick used to leave me behind when I fall asleep at school, too. Don't equate something so trivial with her experience, Larry. Off powers. It was written right in my mother's letter. It said, as soon as you hear the lights out bell, you must channel her spirit. I was on my way over to the inner temple when I heard the bell ring. So you channeled Dahlia Hawthorne's spirit? No. I tried, but I couldn't do it. You couldn't do it? I've never failed at channeling someone. This is the first time it's happened. I tried and tried and tried. Yesterday, this morning, the whole time. But I just couldn't do it. Don't let it get you down, Pearl. It'll all work out. If you want, I'll come flying through the sky for you. Whoosh, just like that. But you never managed to channel the spirit. Is that why you think your spiritual powers are gone? Yes, I don't know what to do. Isn't there any other explanation for why you couldn't channel a spirit? I suppose there's one other possibility. It's not very likely, though. Would you please tell me what it is anyway? It could happen if someone else was already channeling the same spirit. Someone else? What do you mean? Well, there's only one of each spirit, right? Yep. It's like dating a girl, Nick. You can't see a hot chick if she's already taken. What? Then that would mean on the night of the murder, someone else channeled her spirit before Pearls could? What? Yeah, what indeed? Like, what? Someone else channeled the spirit of Dahlia Hawthorne? I'm a failure. I couldn't even grant my mother's final wish. Her final wish? Yes, this letter. This is my last wish, she said. So make sure you follow the instructions carefully. This letter. Definitely need to find out more about it. Morgan's letter. My mother had gone to a place called a penitentiary. Yeah, I know, Pearls. I visit her every month. And last month she told me... I love it's just the same prison. Oh my... Or the same gel thing. Time we've been waiting for has come, Pearl. There's something I need you to do for me. I hid a letter for you at our home before they brought me here. I want you to read it and do exactly what it says. It's for the good of the Fae clan, my angel. You'll be doing a great thing. Now, listen carefully, and I'll tell you where the letter's hidden. What? My mother's always nice to me. I love her very much. How could she have possibly written that letter over a year ago? And predicted the date when all this was supposed to happen? Yeah, moms will do anything for their kids, right? She can also see the future. Maybe that's how her powers work. Maybe she can't talk to ghosts, but she can predict
Allegedly.
the future. Allegedly. Yeah, allegedly. She said it was for the good of the Fae clan, so I knew I had to help her. I mean, Mystic Maya is part of the Fae clan, so it had to be good for her, too. That's right, isn't it, Mr. Nick? I guess so, yeah. There was a picture with her letter, too. A picture? Of Miss Dahlia Hawthorne. Usually, a picture is enough to channel someone's spirit, but this time... Pretty weird, huh? Like Larry knows anything about this stuff. There's something else that was strange about my mother's letter. The seal on it was broken, as if someone had already opened it once before. That sure is pretty strange. Someone had opened it already? Burnt letter updated in the court record. See, her ghost power sucks, but that's because she's also sometimes getting future visions. Oh, gotcha. Yeah, they're interfering with each other. Oh, have found my favorite sound effect
Bro.
for hydrate.
Some asshole in the chat's trying to tell you to drink water.
Thanks, Barack Obama? Was that Barack Obama? Who was that voice? I can only kind of hear it. It sounded like Barack Obama. I'm gonna have to add that one to the official list. We gotta add that one to the official list. If Barack Obama is gonna call someone an a-hole and tell me to drink water, we're gonna do it, team. Burnt letter updated in the court record. Orders from Morgan Fay opened but once before. Thanks, Pearls. You really helped me out. You're very welcome. My mother is watching over us, so I'm sure Mystic Maya will be all right. Look at that innocent smile on her face. What am I supposed to say to her? Ha! Oh, it's Gordeau. Finally figured it out, have you, Trite? You finally realized how terrible of a crime being painfully oblivious is. Gordeau? The entrance to the sacred cavern looks like a freaking puzzle workshop. I guess he's talking about Iris and the lock-breaking effort. But it's all a waste of time. Why do you say that? Because Maya Fey isn't coming back. What? You don't know what you're talking about. How can you say something like that? It was your job to protect her, Trite. Just like it was your job to protect Mia Fey. Two sisters caught up in the worst circumstances. I realized that, but... And you were the only one who was by their sides. You were the only one who could have saved them. But I didn't know anything about what was going on. Ha. What did I just say, Trite? Being oblivious is a heinous crime in itself. What? Tomorrow. We'll settle everything in a court tomorrow. Once and for all. I get it, he's lashing out at me because he thinks it's my fault because he doesn't know who else to blame. Because the person who was actually at fault for committing the crime has already been punished, so he's just lashing out in anger. You gotta maybe lash out in a way that makes any amount of sense. Mr. Nick, is what that man just said true? It'll be alright, Pearls. I'm sure Maya's alive. You'll see for yourself tomorrow. Yeah, that's right. I know I can trust you, Mr. Nick. Morgan. My dear Pearl. You've done so well, my child, my Pearl. It's better than you don't know what you've done. I know this day would come for you. The blood of the main family is no more. Now finally, after all this time, the master seat is yours. My last great wish. Seems I was just in time. So, did she, like, kill herself? Or... I don't understand. I will save my progress. Posted on the meme channel about the hydrate. Okay, thank you. I gotta get that words one added also. Okay, part 4. I mean, we still got like 20 minutes. No, closer to the 30 minutes. I guess we'll start the trial now and see how far we get. February 10th, 9:39 a.m. District Court Defendant Lobby number 1. Good morning. Oh, are you by yourself? Morning, Pearls. Mr. Nick, please tell me, what's going to happen to Mystic Maya? Sorry, we don't know yet. The investigation is still going on, so I wasn't allowed into the inner temple. Oh, I see. Was Sister Iris still trying to remove those tricky locks? Those trick locks in the training hall? No, she's the defendant in this case, so she can't be at the inner temple. She's required to be here in court. Then how come she's not here in the defendant lobby? I have to admit, it's kind of strange. If you're looking for Iris, she's in the prosecutor's lobby. Edgeworth? What's Iris doing over there? She's going over today's testimony with the prosecutor as we speak. Today's testimony? You heard me. Iris is going to be testifying as a witness for the prosecutor. Wait, what? The prosecutor is squeezing her for a confession, or so I heard. Francesca von Carmo, what are you up to? I know what you're thinking, but Francesca isn't going to be the prosecutor today. What? Then who? Or Godot, obviously. Who else would it be but Godot? Godot? Francesca is engaged in some important work at the Sacred Cavern. The Sacred Cavern? You don't mean that she's... Exactly. She has been out there all night, trying to remove those trick locks. With the head nun's assistance, naturally. Oh, now you decide to invoke the nun! We estimate that the last of the locks should be taken care of in about 3 hours. I hope everything continues to go smoothly and we receive some good news soon. Yeah, thanks, Edgeworth. Prosecutor Godot insisted to nail this case shut today. You prepared to fight like there's no tomorrow. You don't have to tell me that. Touché. I can already see it in your eyes. You're not the same fever-ridden, frantic maniac you were yesterday. Strange. On the way here, I decided that today would be the end of all this. Almost immediately after I made that decision, I felt myself getting stronger. Interesting. There's a term for this. It's called stage energy. I think it's stage health? I can't remember the term. There's one or the other. It's stage health or stage energy. It's a weird concept, but I've definitely felt it before. Basically, it's whenever you have something you need to do that's like a performance or a presentation or something. You can feel like garbage, and then when you go up to actually give it, you get kind of a weird little adrenaline boost that kind of helps you go through the whatever thing you're doing. Of course, then when you get done, you immediately drop off and feel like worse garbage, but... Spirit magic pumping into his veins. Oh my god. If he turns out that being around all this spiritual energy has awoken his own internal, like, magics, that would be amazing. To be fair, she probably didn't have any more special tricks than Iris does. No, but the fact that 2 of them could be working on the locks at the same time means that it's getting done twice as fast. It's not that she knows something that Iris doesn't. It's that there could be 2 people working at the same time on it. That would make it go faster. You're doubling your work output. Must have Kangaroo Court poster on the background about clown logic. Oh, I'm gonna have to figure out what that looks like. I'm gonna have to figure that out. I'll have to work on that tomorrow when I get home from work and figure out what I want that to look like. Oh god. Kangaroo Court Kangaroo Court Master. Survivor of clown logic. Oh my god. Interesting. Maybe you've passed your cold on to someone else, literally. And with that, I leave the rest in your capable hands, partner. Thanks. This has been so weird. I still don't have answers for most of the riddles plaguing this case. The circumstances around the murder of Miss Elise DeMaul. No, I mean Miss Misty Fay. Impossible flight Larry claims to have seen. Who else could this have been? And what that woman is really after. Would it really, though? They have to devise a way to keep from trying the same stuff on the other already tried. Well, yeah, one works on one lock and the other works on a different lock. But they wouldn't work on the same lock. Each one takes a different lock. There was 5 locks, so, I mean, there's plenty for them to work with. Not everyone has that level of coordination. Yeah, but they would just, you work on separate locks. The locks aren't connected to one another. Each one is its own trick lock with like 100 different combinations or whatever. So one takes one and one takes the other. Or worst case scenario, like they're doing right now, the head nun, Bikini, helps Von Karma do the stuff she can't do because of her back or whatever. I will solve them all and bring this whole tragedy to an end. February 10th, 10 a.m., District Court, Courtroom number 7. Court is now in session for the trial of Iris of Hazakura Temple. Oh, he is not looking okay. Your Honor, what are you... Who? Me? Well, my little brother came to visit me in my chambers earlier this morning. All of a sudden, in the blink of an eye, he developed a scorching fever and fainted. Therefore, I'll be standing in for him. I see, Your Honor. So they're brothers? That explains a lot. No, it doesn't, actually. Why is the other one Canadian and this one isn't? My poor brother. He looked a bit pale, not to mention sad that he couldn't be here. You know what I bet it is? It's impossible to predict what the future has in store for any of us. Long lost brother? I don't know. The other judge has a Canadian brother? Yeah. Just like long lost twins? Maybe. That would be so weird. I bet I know what it is, though. And it's super stupid, but maybe this is what it is. I bet they didn't want to have to do art for him and the other judge to be in the same room. So they decided to switch back to this judge just so they didn't have to come up with new art for him being in the same room as the other judge. Who knows what goes on in the judge family? Fair. That's totally fair. With the crazy as the judges are, it's impossible to predict what the future has in store for any of us. This is precisely why people feel the need to judge the past. And we of the court have been charged with the solemn duty of passing such judgment. Well said, Mr. Godot. I understand exactly what you said, at least up until the end, anyway. Now then, Mr. Godot, please proceed with your opening statement. Humans are fragile, fickle beings. Our hearts change with the shifting of the tides. There's only one thing that remains a constant in this crazy world. How good your coffee is. The bitter darkness that lies at the bottom of this world. What? Son of a Mitch? Yeah, I knew it was the coffee thing. So then you mean... forget it. What do you mean? During yesterday's trial, the accused refused to admit her role in the crime. But today, she had had a change of heart. Sister Iris of Hazakura Temple has a confession to make. Confession? The defendant? Iris? Why didn't she discuss this with me first? Very well. This court will now hear the defendant's confession. Upon meeting a beautiful lady, always ask for her name and profession. It's one of my rules. My name is Iris. I am but a simple nun undergoing training at Hazakura Temple. Miss, is there something that you want to confess to? Yes. First, I want to apologize to Mr. Wright. I can't continue lying to everyone anymore. It's alright. What is it? Mr. Wright, I have to admit that I did play a part in this terrible incident. Are you actually confessing? Are you saying that you were the one who murdered Miss Elisa DeMont? No, I'm not, Your Honor. But I dealt with the cover-up after the murder took place. After her spirit left, I took the lifeless shell of Mystic Elise and carried it into the Hazakura Temple courtyard where I desecrated it. What? Order in the court, order. Witness, are you saying you were an accomplice to the murder? Hey, that came up earlier. Yes, that's correct. What? 3 minutes in court and I'm already covered in a cold sweat. Ha. Everyone on the planet is an accomplice to something. It just happens to be that in this case, it's to murder. Isn't that right, Mr. Trite? Grr, that Godot. So this is the confession they were conferring about. Pays me to say this. But it looks like Iris's testimony was all a lie. Iris's testimony crumpled up and shoved into a pocket. Now then, I wonder if shoving it into a pocket means it's going to come out and be relevant again. Now then, little lady, if you don't mind, I've got a question for you. Whose crime were you trying to cover up by your actions? I was covering for someone. Now I'm definitely up the creek without a paddle. Or a life jacket. I've been at Hazakura Temple ever since I was a little girl. Hazakura Temple is run by one of the branch families of the Korean tradition. One of our missions is to protect the main family. Objection, yeah. Please tell me... Godot objection? Oh, that'll be fun. Please tell me that it's going to end up being Sister Bikini that did the murder and not Pearl. Because I don't think there's anybody else there that has mystic powers to do that with. Sister Bikini would be the only other person there that had powers to turn into somebody else. I'm sorry, but main family? Yes, and that's why I would dirty myself, if need be, to protect her. The daughter of the master of the Korean channeling technique. Mystic Maya Fey. Huh? Wait, what? So they're saying Maya killed her own mom. Wake up and smell the coffee, Trite. She's naming Maya? No spoilers for me. I appreciate that. Thank you. Order in the court. So not only did you witness the murder, you know the name of the murderer? I'm terribly sorry, but it's true. I saw her commit the crime with my very own eyes. And then I cleaned up the area to try to protect her. Objection! That's ridiculous. Maya could never do a... So they're saying the defense will refrain from commenting until the appropriate time. Now, witness, let's hear your testimony. What exactly happened on the night of the crime? So they're saying that Maya, I guess, got possessed by the spirit of Dahlia Hawthorne, then went and murdered her own mom, then Iris went and covered it up and brought the body back. That's weird, but okay. Yes, Your Honor. Thought I was prepared for the unexpected, but I never imagined the case would wind up going in this direction. The real murderer. I went to the inner temple that night and I saw it all happen in the garden. I saw Mystic Elise strike Mystic Maya with her staff. While Mystic Maya was still stumbling, Mystic Elise moved in to deliver a fatal strike. Mystic Maya tried desperately to defend herself and stole the weapon. It's only in self-defense. You can't blame her for it. What? So it was in self-defense. Yes, Mystic Elise was the one who attacked first. Okay, there's another twist. That's why I tried my best to protect Mystic Maya. You moved the victim's body to the temple so that Maya wouldn't be suspected? Isn't that right? Not bad. You've got the instincts of a true criminal. Something's not quite right. I'm sure it was established yesterday that Iris never went to the inner temple that night. And that person who did go was that woman. Iris even admitted it. Now then, Mr. Wright, please proceed with your cross-examination. The real murderer. I went to the inner temple that night, and I saw it all happen in the garden. Sister Iris, your testimony has changed quite a bit since yesterday. Stated yesterday that on the night of the murder, you didn't go to the inner temple.
Objection!
Did she now? Too bad for you. What she said yesterday doesn't mean much today. By the way, where were you when she claimed that she didn't go? It was in the inner temple's training hall? A private conversation between the two of you does not constitute testimony. That would be properly described as hearsay. What do you have to say, witness?
Ты кто, блядь, такой?
We have an official testimony from her on paper still in our pocket that says she was in her room the whole time. I just couldn't tell him the truth at the time. Mystic Maya, she's your girlfriend, isn't she? No? I didn't want to be the one to break it to you that I saw her commit murder. There. We all understand how difficult this is for you. Now then, let's continue with the testimony. What did you witness in the temple garden? Well, Your Honor, I saw Mystic Elise strike Mystic Maya with her staff. Tarkov saw a yelling contact? Is that what that noise was? Okay, it just sounded like yelling. I didn't realize it was specifically from Tarkov, of all things. I saw Mystic Elise strike Mystic Maya with her staff. You're saying that the victim attacked Miss Faye? Yes, it was a truly frightening scene. Mystic Maya was struck hard on the head and looked like she was going to collapse. What were you doing at the time? Why didn't you stop them from fighting? I'm terribly sorry, Mr. Wright. I was frightened. I couldn't move. I couldn't even speak. I was in such shock. That's perfectly understandable, my dear. This doesn't sound right. I don't believe this testimony for a minute. What happened after that? While Mystic Maya was still stumbling, Mystic Elise moved in to deliver a fatal strike. She moved in to deliver a fatal strike? Yes, I'm sure of it. She threw down her staff and reached into her robe for a weapon. Wait a minute. What was this weapon? It was some kind of dagger? A dagger, huh? Elise Demond tried to stab her with this weapon? To kill Miss Faye? Yes, exactly. Ha! It looked like I did after I mistakenly took a swig of Worcestershire sauce. Huh? Do you have a problem with the testimony we're hearing from your client, lawyer boy? Do I have a problem with Iris's testimony? There is one thing. Your Honor, I have a small problem with the witness's testimony. You do? But this witness is your own client. Yes, well, nevertheless, that's fine. Witness, let's add your last statement to the testimony. Yes, sir. Hey, just a moment. It's my job to say that. Listen, Gramps, I won't say it again. Final judgment will be rendered by me. Nerd. At least the Canadian guy had some backbone. Okay, now, let's continue. She threw her staff away and pulled a dagger from inside of her robe. Yeah, the sword cane? Definitely. She threw her staff away. Mystic Elise was trying to kill Mystic Maya. I think that's why she wanted a more lethal weapon. It's true. It's not easy to inflict a deadly blow with a staff. Mr. Iris, let me make sure I got this straight. The victim herself chose to throw away her staff. Yes, that's what I saw. Is there anything odd about that, Mr. Wright? Yeah, it's odd, alright. Mystic Elise attacked Mystic Maya with a dagger. I'm sure of this. Bonk Stick would beg to differ? Yeah. Mystic Maya tried to desperately defend herself and stole the weapon. And then, Mystic Maya, she turned things around and then she used the weapon she had taken and lunged forward for a strike. Witness, are you absolutely certain? Yes, but believe me, she had no choice. If Mystic Maya hadn't done something, Maya Faye's name would have would have been written on the autopsy report instead. Yes, I see. This is bad. I still can't put the pieces together. Unless I find a contradiction in her testimony, Maya's going to get blamed for this. I only have this to say. It was only in self-defense. You can't blame her for it. So you're saying Maya Fey was the one who stabbed Miss Elise DeMall. Sister Iris, is that really what you saw? Yes.
Objection!
Tis, 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 Trite. If your mug is filled with black and bitter suspicions, the only way to get rid of them is to drink them down quick. Like this. God, I hate this guy so much. I know that's supposed to be a metaphor, but I don't get it. There's only one thing you need to get, Trite. It's called evidence. Now hurry up, before my next cup gets cold. What does that mean? Are you waiting for me to point out the contradictions? I'd like to avoid the whole spirit channeling thing if I can. Not only would it be inadmissible as evidence, but I think it might actually hurt our standing with the judge. First, I need to pick her testimony apart and expose the unnatural sounding parts. I don't know why Iris would tell a story like this. There's two things I noticed that just don't add up. I went to another temple that night and I saw it all happen. Mystic Elise struck Mystic Maya with her staff. When Mystic Maya was still assembling, Mystic Elise moved and delivered a fatal strike. She threw her staff away and pulled a dagger from inside her robe. Okay, so the contradiction here has got to be the victim's staff.
Objection!
Sister Iris, there's something strange about your version of events. Huh? Miss DeMille throwing her staff away makes no sense at all to me. But all you can do with a staff is hit someone. Naturally, you wouldn't know this, Sister Iris, but the victim's staff had a special feature about it. As you can see, it's a sword. If Elise Simone really wanted to kill Maya Fey, she wouldn't have needed to use a separate dagger. Not when she already had a beautiful blade in her hands already. Well, Sister Iris, what do you say to this? That was an impressive bit of investigating, Trite. I never would have thought that there was a sword hidden in that staff. Even so, how would I put this? A long sword is unwieldy and thus quite ineffective in close quarters combat. What? What did he just say? Did he just say you wouldn't use a sword in close quarters combat? What do you do with it? You throw it at the enemy across the length of the field, you idiot? What are you talking about? Maybe that's why she chose a dagger over her blade? Well. Anyway, the type of weapon she chose to use isn't what's important. The important thing is that she tried to kill Maya Fey. Yeah, use it like a dart spear. No, you shoot it with a bow. Yeah, that's what it is. You put it into a bow, and you hook that little part of the back, and you pull it back, and then it fires, and it unhooks off the bow. God, that is the dumbest logic I've ever heard. In close quarters combat, you don't want a sword. They're too unwieldy. You need a dagger. What? Next, bring out a Glock. Oh, that's Fate? Yeah, Fate's the guns. Ugh. The important thing is that she tried to kill Maya Fey. As long as there's nothing strange about that, there's no problem with her testimony. But there is something strange about this whole testimony. Well, Mr. Wright, the prosecution has a point. Very well, Your Honor. The defense will now present evidence to back its arguments. Mr. Wright, I have heard another piece of evidence that shows that this testimony can't be trusted. Because Miss Elusima would never attempt to take the life of Maya Fey because it's Misty Fey. I'm assuming we just present this?
Take that!
Elise DeMond would never attack Maya Fey. How can you be so sure? Because the victim's real name was not Elise DeMond. Her real name was Misty Fey. Fey? No. not Mystic Misty Faye. Who is this Misty Faye? Is she related to... Misty Faye is the master of the crane channeling technique. She is also the mother of Maya Faye. Are you serious? What do you mean, Judge about Godot has a point? Shooting swords with bow is fate. What? Shooting swords with bows is fate? Is that a thing in Fate? I thought you were talking about, like, what was it? There's one of those, the turn-based RPGs where they use a gun to shoot themselves in the head to summon a monster. I mean, the Judge Godot has a point. Like, less the length of a sword apart. Sword is a melee weapon, but you can do it a few feet apart. Yeah, she hit her in the head, she stumbled away, threw her weapon away, and then pulled out a dagger. It wasn't like they were on top of each other and she pulled out a dagger. She knocked her away, threw her staff away, and then pulled out a dagger. That's literally the epitome of you pull out the sword and stab her with a sword. Is it really true, Mr. Wright? Miss Elise Simone actually the great Mystic Misty? There's no doubt about it. It looks like Iris had no idea. I can hardly believe it. The idea that she would try to kill her only daughter, one she hadn't seen in 17 years. Perhaps the prosecution offers some explanation for why she would do such a thing? Order in the court. Upon first hearing the witness's testimony, it seemed natural enough. However, in light of some facts that have just been presented, one, the victim supposedly threw away a sword during a fight, and two, that the two people battling to the death, her mother and daughter, despite the facts being believable when taken on their own. True, was just trying to point out what Godot was probably getting at. No, he's just trying to make it seem like a sword isn't a good weapon because it favors his side of the argument. He's an idiot. He just presented a very bizarre argument in that case. It's not even his fault. It's the writer's fault, who I will say again are cowards. I'm going to say it again. When taken together, the entire story seems difficult to believe. Listen, there's nothing in this world that is impossible, except for one little thing. Yes, what is this one little impossible thing? Ha! You still don't get it. You think maybe my beans are under-roasted, but you have no idea, Gramps? Could you get to your point? I heard that this witness's confession this morning. Just as I had taken the first sip of my eighth cup of morning coffee. I'm going to ruin your health, my friend. Anyway, after hearing this woman's confession, I had a detective who loves to investigate sent to the scene of the crime. And he discovered this little beauty. Is that the dagger the witness testified to seeing? Obviously, Your Honor. But do you not notice something else? Now that you mention it, if you look closely, there appears to be blood on it. Oh, so we found the actual murder weapon. I can use a cane to kill someone by shoving stuff at neck really hard? To stroke out the person of air? Yeah, I mean, he's just making a stupid argument to try to prove that, oh no, she would have used a dagger instead of a sword in a fight. Where did you find that? I didn't see that when I was investigating the crime scene. Did you investigate the pine tree at the crime scene? Huh? The pine tree? What, this? This dagger was stuck in the back side of the pine tree. What? Wait. No one... Okay, there's so much wrong with this sentence. First of all, that's not a pine tree. I think that's a bonsai tree. First off. Second of all, what do you mean no one looked at the tree? You're telling me no one in this whole area that came in and investigated this didn't notice a knife sticking out of the back of a tree? Okay. When the last blow was struck, ending the violent battle between the two women, this little baby was thrown in the direction of the back of the pine tree. Which means the blood on the dagger belongs to the victim, correct? Ha! Were you even listening, old man? I first heard this confession this morning, just as I had taken the first sip of my 13th cup of morning coffee. Didn't you say it was your 8th a few minutes ago? I didn't even have enough time to get the blood analyzed on such short notice. In any case, the court will accept the dagger as evidence. Furthermore, I order that a blood test be performed on it immediately. This is my sweetheart. Make sure you treat her right. Bailiff, get this piece of evidence to the crime lab for testing immediately. Dagger added to the court record. Found behind a tree in the inner temple garden. The blood is being analyzed now. Oh, unless it's going to be tree sap on it and it's not blood at all. Now then, the testimony we've just heard has numerous unbelievable aspects to it. However, after having found the very dagger the witness spoke of, I believe we can consider her testimony to be credible.
Remember, there are no stupid questions, just stupid people.
Well, yeah, that's, I mean, kind of fair. A bonsai is not a species of tree, and while it is a bonsai shaped, it is not a bonsai. Bonsai are kept in pots. Oh, is that what that name refers to? Is specifically like a pet tree that you clip? Here, sound effect fit quite here. Yeah, yeah. So what kind of tree is that then? I assumed bonsai was that type of tree, but if that's not a bonsai tree, so a bonsai tree refers specifically to like a potted tree that you like tend? What kind of tree is it then? I'm actually very curious. Cute girls never lie.
The last thing you might expect to see here is penguins.
I mean, you're not wrong. Yeah, it's a whole art. You shape both the foliage and the roots. Yeah, I know about that part of it, but I don't know what kind of tree that is. I assumed the bonsai tree was the type of tree itself. I didn't realize a bonsai was specifically like the art of bonsai. Like what kind of actual species of tree is it? Or does it matter? Can it be any kind? I thought it was a specific species of tree. In any case, witness, you could please testify again to this court. About what, Your Honor? About the incident you saw? The battle between the two women? Yes, Your Honor? You use many different types of trees. Oh, okay. I did not know that. Okay, the battle. Mystic Maya stumbled briefly after being hit over the head with a staff. But then she dodged Mystic Elise's next attack and stole her weapon. Suddenly, Mystic Elise was the one on the defensive with her back to the stone lantern. This doesn't look right. This looks a little weird, but okay. Stab. That's when Mystic Maya stabbed Mystic Elise. Mystic Elise managed to fling the knife away, but then she collapsed. But it's probably a pine tree, a small pine like that could be trained like that. Really? I have never seen a pine tree like that before. That's really weird. Okay. But it's probably a pine tree, a small pine like that could be trained like that. Oh, interesting. Okay. I would have never guessed that was a pine tree. It did not look like it had anything that I have ever been taught about pine trees. Like, the needles didn't look right. It didn't look like it was something that would have, like, acorns on, or pine cones on it. But weird. All right. That was a very, very heartbreaking story. I don't know if there were any bad feelings between them, but it had been 17 years since Misty's disappearance. Perhaps they simply don't recognize each other anymore. That seems reasonable. Now then, Mr. Wright, proceed with your cross-examination. We have tons of pines around here, including misshapen ones. Oh, I mean, I've never seen a pine tree that looked like that before. I mean, obviously, we don't get a ton of them here, and I don't go places where there's tons of pine trees, so. Weird, all right, I guess that could be a pine tree. Mystic Maya stumbled briefly after being hit over the head with a staff. Iris, where were you standing when you witnessed all this? What do you mean? Well, if either of them had noticed you, they might not have continued their battle? I wonder if that's true. The two of them, they were standing near the garden stone lantern. I was watching the whole thing from behind. It was dark where the two of them were, so I think that's why they didn't see me? Okay, that's a contradiction because we know the braziers were going. They had the lights going. What subspecies that is, I don't know. Well, that's fair. I wouldn't expect you to know that one. I live in a pine tree area. Yeah, I believe that. I mean, I've notoriously live in a desert, so we don't get a lot of natural trees here. Most of the stuff that grows here is bushes, and usually very thin, very wiry bushes. I think that's why they didn't see me. So it was dark in the garden when the murder took place? Tell me, what did Miss Maya Fey do after she was struck? I'm not seeing a pine tree exactly like that, but it is the realm of possibility. Okay, I would have never guessed that. But then she dodged Mystic Elise's next attack and stole her weapon. What happened to the victim's staff then? I'm not sure. The area was very dark, so I really couldn't see. I think it got knocked away somewhere as the fight escalated? That makes sense. That would explain the need for the dagger. Mystic Elise raised the dagger to strike. Mystic Maya dodged it at the last second. The dagger struck the lantern and then fell to the ground. And then at some point, Mystic Maya picked it up. Nothing sounds especially strange yet. What did the victim do when the weapon was stolen from her? Suddenly, Mystic Elise was the one on the defensive with her back to the stone lantern. You're saying that Maya Fey turned the tables on the victim? Yes. But Mystic Maya wasn't herself at the time. After all, her life was in danger. I still can't believe it. The idea of Maya cornering someone at knife point, it's just silly. But you're a ranger. You know every kind of tree. In any case, it's a pine or some related species. I don't think rangers know every kind of tree. They might have specialties in certain regions, though. That's how the rangers used to work. I think they've been changed so that now they have a little bit more vague understandings of a less specified, let's say that, less specified knowledge of areas. As they say, a cornered fox is more dangerous than a jackal. I believe the correct description of a cornered fox is scared and petrified. Your animal analogies have grown tiresome. You were the one who started it. Anyway, so after Maya Fey backed the victim into the stone lantern, what happened next? That's when Mystic Maya stabbed Mystic Elise.
Hold it!
Are you absolutely certain that's what you saw? Yes. I'm almost certain. Almost? The garden was dark. I couldn't really tell who was who. What did she just say? So in other words, it could have been someone else entirely?
Objection!
We know that Maya Fey was at the Inner Temple that night, and that the woman that was killed was Elise DeMont. Isn't it fairly obvious who attacked who? Nerd. I don't have anything to counter that yet. Well then, witness, please continue with your testimony. Yes, Your Honor. What about the fact that we don't know where Maya is? So what, she murdered this woman, you hid the body, and then put Maya into the training facility anyway? What? And that species of tree is not relevant to the plot.
I know you
That's
rangers like to call yourselves men of quality, but it looks like you're being buried under uruks of quantity.
That's a weird one. Yes, Your Honor. The two of them face each other for a moment. Then Mystic Maya rushed straight into Mystic Elise. Then Mystic Elise doubled over and fell to the ground. So she was stabbed in the stomach, huh? Yes. Mystic Elise managed to fling the knife away, but then she collapsed. Where did the dagger go? I have no idea. It was dark and I couldn't see. According to the detective who found the dagger, it was stuck into the pine tree in the garden. Most likely it was flung toward the tree after the struggle. This is the most likely explanation, yes. After being stabbed in the stomach, did the victim collapse right away? Now that I think of it, she seemed to stare at Mystic Maya for a while. Mystic Maya stood there, not moving an inch. It felt for a moment like the time had just stopped. But then, suddenly, as if the spell had worn off, Mystic Elise fell over. Like a reasonable story at first, but there's one thing that is completely impossible. The very idea of Maya stabbing someone. That alone is impossible, which means this faulty testimony must contain another contradiction in it somewhere. Zuna stumbled briefly after being hit over the head with a staff, and then she dodged Mystic Elise's next attack and stole her weapon. So Mystic Elise was the one on the defensive with her back to the stone lantern. That's when Mystic Maya stabbed Mystic Elise. Elise managed to fling the knife away, but then she collapsed. Okay, I'm guessing it's the stomach thing? Weather data... Yeah, loss of blood from stab in back. Okay, so it's gotta be this. I don't know when... I don't know which one of these two I need to present it on, but we'll save real quick. Okay, so it's the autopsy report shows that she was stabbed in the back and not the stomach.
Objection!
Something about you just... About you just isn't right today, Iris. Huh? Until now, I didn't think you were the type to make such a careless mistake. However, the testimony you just gave contains quite a few contradictions. What do you mean? What's so wrong about my testimony? According to you, Maya Fey stabbed the victim while she had her back to the stone lantern. Correct? Yes, that's right. But in that case, the victim would have been stabbed in the stomach, right? Yes, I think so. But according to the autopsy report, the cause of death was due to blood loss from a stab wound in her back. This proves that the victim was stabbed from behind, not from the front. Sister Iris, it appears that another seed of your doubt has sprouted from your testimony. Also, why does it look like she has, like, cat ears going on? What is the meaning of this, Mr. Wright? Ha. It's simple. People are like books. We've all got a front and a back. You get my drift? Is that all you have to say? I can also say that the darkness loves to play with the human mind.
Objection!
Could you please knock it off with the cheesy proverbs and illogical metaphors already? The point is, too much of this testimony doesn't make sense. Throwing away a useful staff, the people fighting being mother and daughter, and now she falsely claims the victim was stabbed in the stomach. There certainly are some inconsistencies. Well, Iris, how about it? Well, it's just... If you ask me, you're just being too naive about the whole thing. What do you mean? There are 253 distinct types of bitterness and... Oh. I almost cussed him out. I almost told him to go... Oh, I almost told him to F off. Oh, I almost said it. I almost said it. I almost said it. Oh, God. If you go to the replay, you caught the F. The F came out of my mouth. Oh, my God. There are 253 distinct types of bitterness. Yes, exactly. But to pick out each one requires total concentration and use of all the senses. Were you really concentrating on what this witness actually said? Professor Godot, explain yourself. The witness was quite unambiguous about her own ambiguousness when she said that the garden was dark and she couldn't see clearly. We also said F off about it, yeah. A human needs one thing to see clearly, and that is light. Light? By the way, did you know? Hazakura has a rule that on nights when an acolyte is at the inner temple training, the stone lantern in the garden must be kept lit. I did wonder what the stone lantern was there for. Well, if that's true, shouldn't the witness have been able to see the crime more clearly? Normally, yes, Your Honor. But according to the head nun, Sister Bikini, on the night of the crime, it was impossible to light that stone lantern. Impossible? It hadn't been used in a long time, and the wick was no good. In other words, it had to have been nearly pitch black in the garden that night. There could have been a faint light coming from the training hall, but that's all. Most enlightening. Yes, that illuminating fact has chased all the contradictions away. If the staff was dropped, it would be difficult to see. It also explains why they didn't recognize each other. We can't see the demons that lurk in the night. That's why humans are weak. Isn't that right, Trite? No. Human can see under dark, finding your bed or walk the forest and street. Yeah. Also, the fact that there's no... One thing they bring up a lot is motive, and they have not proven motive at all. And they constantly force Phoenix to prove the motive. Here, Your Honor. Let me present the stone lantern into evidence. Maybe it will rekindle the flame of truth in your mind. Stone lantern added to the court record. A lantern from the inner temple garden. Was not lit the night of the crime. Why is the judge just sitting there with their look on his face? What's wrong, Your Honor? Was that flame too hot? This lantern. There's something written on it? Huh? Why? It's written in blood. Oh, boy. So the judge didn't know about that yet? Written in blood? It says Maya upside down. What the? Oh, yes. That's right. After being cornered and then stabbed by Mystic Maya, Mystic Elise didn't fall right away. She must have been writing that on the stone lantern behind her, with the blood that was draining out of her body. It certainly looks that way.
Objection!
Hang on just a minute. What are you all talking about? What do you mean? What are we all talking about? We're talking about the message written in blood. Oh my god, can he not see red? Oh my god, his visor won't let him see red. Oh my god, he can't see red. Nonsense. This lantern is all clean as a whistle. Could it be? He can't see the bloody writing at all. Now that I think of it, he did say something to me yesterday. My eyesight is pretty messed up. Even with these huge goggles on my head, I still can't see everything. So that's what he meant by that. In any case, this is obviously an important clue. We now know that the crime scene was dark, and that the victim scrawled this message on the stone lantern. Well, Mr. Godot, anything further? Mr. Godot? Okay then, let's move on. Godot is literally shaking, and somehow I don't think it's from caffeine overdose. I believe it has now been established that Miss Demala was killed by Maya
and gentlemen, I think my brain just committed suicide. I can feel it bleeding. Oh my god.
Yeah, no, that's correct. You're correct. That's just wrong? Now it's time to turn our attention to you. Yes, sir. After the victim died, you did something, didn't you? I'm kind of waiting for like a natural point to save, because we are over time, but we'll keep going. Let's hear it. We're all ears. Sister Iris's cover-up. Oh, maybe this is a good spot. We'll do it right here, since she's about to testify. Oh, I can't. Oh, wait. Here we go. Yes. Perfect. This is the perfect place. As we move into this next phase of what the cover-up looks like, we can save here and then deal with the cover-up next week. There are a lot of contradictions in this I already see coming up. First of all, there was the... Where did all the blood go? She must have cleaned up all the snow. Second, when we went back there and checked the braziers around that area, they were freshly burnt, implying that it was not actually dark, that it was actually bright, but we'll see how much of that actually comes up. Okay. Perfect. All right, team, there we go. There we go. What an insane trial this is. But next week, we might be done. We might actually be done next week. We might finish this 109-hour module might be done. The madness, the clownness, the clown logic in the kangaroo court might be done. After 109 grueling hours, it might be done. And I don't know. I don't know how to feel. I don't know what to think about this, even, that it could be done. All the lurkers, of course, thank you. You help the Twitch roll go around. We always appreciate you. Anybody who checks the VODs here on Twitch or check the VODs on the YouTube repository, thank you. It's always greatly appreciated. If you need a well-thought-out solution, you need a thinking solution, Raven Hillbrook Inc., Thinking Solutions. But again, thanks you all so much. Yeah. Bye.